On the 20th of May. It is, I think, fantastic to get to this point. We've had 2 days of hearings and a lot of submissions to read, which is also fantastic that our community is well engaged with what we're asking from them. I'll just open the meeting with karakia. Whakataka taho ki te uru, whakataka taho ki te tonga, kia mā kina kina ki uta, kia mā tara tara ki tai. E he aki ana te atakura, he tio, he huka, he hauhu, tihei, Māori ora. Everyone is here, so there are no apologies, I'm assuming. There being none. We have on here conflicts of interest. Are there any conflicts of interest for what we have in the agenda today? Cool. We will go into confirmation of minutes. So we have minutes from the hearing for the 14th of May and the 15th of May. I note on those, Councillor McGlinchey was an apology for illness. He was actually online for most of the day on the 14th and intermittently on the 15th. So I think not necessarily a full apology, but attended online. Are there any other matters arising from the minutes from the days? There being none, I ask that they be a true and accurate record. Is someone able to move those? Sam, and seconded Tracy. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Call it carried. I floated this with councillors, and I just want to make a slight amendment to the agenda. I would like to pull up the annual plan chief executive public excluded submission to the front of the agenda and consider that now before we work through the rest of the agenda. Is everyone okay and comfortable with that approach? Thank you. So that'll just skip you down on your agenda pack to tab 6 first, which is a resolution to exclude the. It is around commercial position. So is there a move? We are back online. Okay, everyone, welcome back. We are back into our public session, and the one that we actually have up here, and I might just cover off this paper first, and then it might be a natural break in the day, is just the public report from the Chief Executive and staff submission. So I think if we cover that one first, and then there might actually be a natural break in this before we cover off the big paper for the day. So happy to hand over to Chief Executive. You are on tab 4.
Thank you, Mayor Lydia. So, councillors, this is just a quick overview of one proposal we're suggesting is decided on or given direction today as to the Lincoln Town Centre grant, and that reflects a number of conversations that have occurred in this chamber around the efficiency of providing some relief to businesses that have been going through challenging times, and noting that our current tool is just the rates remission tool, which is a little bit clunky and doesn't quite fit the bill for what we think we've heard from you. So the proposal is that we establish a grant, and that grant can then be applied to directly from businesses rather than having to go through landlords. And so we think that this is reflecting the conversations we've heard from you over the past couple of months. So that's the first part of the paper. The second part is that, and this is, I guess, rounding the submissions process out, is that our staff live in this district as well, and we encouraged our staff to put submissions into the annual plan because they are still residents. But the process we went through on this is that we also recognise that staff sometimes have access to more information that is contained in the consultation document. So we just wanted to identify them and sort of ring fence them a little bit, so you could receive the community's voice, but also receive part of your community, but they're also staff members, so they've got a couple of hats that they wear in this. And I'll take the bulk of the report from this part of the report as read, but noting that the general sentiment, I'd say, from our staff as ratepayers follow the same general weighting as does the broader community around seeking efficiencies and looking for better outcomes for our community, looking for user pays to go through, and they've shared some of the similar concerns about the reverse consequences of forcing user pays on things like fitness classes. So they've echoed a number of the sentiments that a lot of our community have shared with us over the past 7-8 weeks. There has been a bit of a different view around operating costs and around rate rise options, and I think actually that to a degree reflects a little bit more of an understanding too of the internal machinery of our organisation. And again, it's good to kind of compare and contrast this, but look, I'll leave that paper here, and I guess me and the team are happy to answer any questions that you have on this paper.
So councillors, will go for any questions on this paper, noting that the Proposal 1 Lincoln Town Centre grant is part of the next paper in the decision-making line. So just for any questions that we have on this, and then we will receive this report for information only. So no decision-making within this report. So first up for questions, I have John.
Yeah, apologies if I've missed it, but is my assumption correct that the 20 staff are all ratepayers within Selwyn?
Yeah.
Aaron.
Did the staff give much feedback on the public holiday issue? Because I'm sort of thinking, especially between Christmas and New Year, they might like to be able to have more flexibility to have that time off rather than sometimes having to work.
Look, I guess because the operating cost, that was one of the things that, it's one of a number of initiatives under there. and we're talking to all of our staff at the moment around some of these things. There is the challenge of access for the community, and our staff are sometimes people who are accessing our services during those periods of time as well. But I think what they do understand and what they did appreciate, in the sense I've got from the submissions, is that they did recognise the affordability, the sustainability, and also the usage rates across that period of time. And that's featured in our staff advice too, to go, actually, of some of these facilities when they're open on this period of time, it is actually quite quiet comparative to normal operations outside of that small holiday window. So, look, there wasn't a real strong view from the team about that.
No, that's good. I just wondered about the added aspect of,
Yeah.
Staff welfare as well.
Yeah.
Thanks, Aaron. Denise.
Oh, can staff who've submitted, can they submit as individuals as well?
Yes, because they live in our district, but that's why we gave them a slightly different process so we could separate them out, because they do carry a dual role of a ratepayer and a staff member, and that access to information is one of the things we took into account when we set this process up.
Cool. Okay. And I just wanted to mention the person who talked about the AA counter. I thought that was a really good idea. So, yeah, thank you.
Cool. Sam.
Thank you. Did we not? I'm surprised to see that we only got 20 staff that wanted to participate, but just to clarify, it was open to everybody. Yeah. Cool. Was there one department that submitted more than any other?
We didn't take departments because it isn't relevant to the questions we're asking the general community. Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. All good.
Thank you. There's no other questions.
Actually.
Elizabeth?
Around the Lincoln Town Centre grant, have we offered staff support to assist them through the processes to do the paperwork to apply for that rates remission? Bearing in mind that there is a fair number of them that are not New Zealand born potentially, and they might struggle with that paperwork.
Yeah.
I think it would be nice to know that we've done everything we can to assist that process.
Yeah, I believe our team have done everything we can to make sure that rates remission process, which is a terribly clunky process at the best of times, we've done our absolute best to make that work. But I think that reflects why we're bringing you back this proposal, is that I think we can be a lot more efficient with the time and effort and actually cut a straight line instead of having to go through a landlord and try and rely on relationships and agreements that are outside of the control of council and a direct relationship with the business.
Sorry, I must have missed that because all I saw here was that the other option didn't work. What is the proposal? Sorry, to go through the straight line.
It's set out.
So we'll...
An additional grant. Okay,
Yeah.
but I guess it didn't really talk about that's not going through through their landlord. So that'll be a direct additional grant that they can come through,
Yeah,
and
correct.
it pays directly to them.
Yeah.
Fantastic news.
Denise.
I was just going to say I really support the grant. I think it's a great way to directly help people who are already struggling and not confront them with another process that they have to deal with, as well as trying to save their business. So I think it's a great idea. Thank you.
Tracy.
Just want to thank Councillor McGlinchey, because I remember when you proposed this, and thank you, Alison and your team, for running with it, because I think this is a better outcome for many. So thanks, Aaron.
Aaron.
Thank you, Tracy, and thanks, Alison, for working on this. I just wondered how quickly if this gets the go-ahead from council today, how quickly can we get this underway?
It'd be as quickly as possible after the start of the financial year when you actually finalise your annual plan. And so you need to make the formal decision on the 30th of June. Alison, have you got any views how long after that this could take?
Yeah, we just need to draft up what the mini grant would look like, put some clear parameters around how it would operate, but we can do that pretty quickly. Yeah.
Brilliant, thank you.
And I think too, as part of our process of making sure you're all comfortable with it, we would bring back that criteria and that process back to you to confirm your general acceptance of that approach. And so I think it can be relatively quickly after July. In July, sorry, not after July.
Cool. There've been no other questions. Like I said, we'll address the Lincoln Town Centre Fund throughout the next paper, but there's no other questions. So I just ask that we receive this report for information. Move Tracy, seconded Denise. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against, call it carried. Team, I'm just looking around timing. We can either jump straight into the next paper or I can give you a 15-minute break now and then we work through, noting that some of you have been in the chambers for quite a long time this morning already before this meeting. So I might actually just adjourn for a 15-minute break and then we will come back and jump straight into fees and charges. Within this, you have your deliberations matrix, which has all of the proposed resolutions on this. There are resolutions also in the cover paper, but we will address those at the end as they are information receiving resolutions. So I propose that we work our way through the topics that we have here. We have staff up here to present to those topics. Then there is time for you to ask questions of the relevant staff members associated to the topic, and then I will effectively look for a proposer of resolutions and a seconder, and then we can go around. Okay. So first up we have fees and charges. So this is the first topic on our agenda, and so I am happy to hand over to the staff members involved of Robert Love, Jackie Muir and James Richmond. So over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just subbing in for Vanessa Mitchell, Head of Building, as she's on annual leave today. Just to briefly cover the building side of things. So historically, the building unit has covered its direct costs. It's where the support services, the indirect costs of that service hasn't been met, and it's always been subsidised by the ratepayer. The increase in fees will help cover that previously rate-covered cost to drive towards effectively a cost-neutral service. So the increase in amounts approximately to a 25% uplift in revenue, and that's made up of a mixture of increases of fees and charges and new fees and charges. It does include a new recommendation as well of a planning recheck fee to allow for time and cost to be captured by that. So when PIM processes come in, a proposal might not align with the planning provision, so therefore a Section 37 hold goes on that. This process would allow for a recheck of that without having to go back to the start of the PIM process, and that $195 per hour will help cover that on a time cost basis.
Thank you. If we move on to the dog registration would be the natural process across the table.
When are we going to ask questions on each individual one?
We're going to ask questions of the group, so if we can get staff to present to the topic, and then we'll move through, if that's okay. Yep. So over to you, Jackie.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. The main change for us this year was to drive the control of dogs across our districts to a more cost-neutral service, and we proposed an additional $6 increase on dog registration fees, just so we were able to almost move towards a 100% cost recovery model for user pays. The feedback that we had through their public consultation was 76% of people supported that move towards full cost recovery, and also encouraging responsible dog ownership. The opposition were more focused on affordability, and there were some concerns that increasing the fee by an additional $6 may impact on compliance with dog registration. And some of the other feedback that we received was people would like to see some additional fee categories around working dogs.
And James.
Kia ora koutou. So we proposed a 7% uplift in the fitness class membership fees. So there was a lot of submissions on this matter as well. We saw the key themes were value of the fitness classes that were thought about in the community, so they were well valued. There was a risk of reduction in participation if we went too high with the lift of fees and charges around fitness classes. There's also a little bit of confusion around subsidisation, so I thought I might make that point quite clear early on, is that we don't currently subsidise fitness classes as a whole program. It clears about $160,000 a year in revenue at the moment. That helps offset the cost of operating those facilities. The other part of it is just a relativity piece. So at the moment, the proposed increase for a casual fitness class will be about $11.70. So if we compare that to Ashburton or Christchurch, Ashburton's charging $17 per class and Christchurch $12.50. So we're still under the market rate there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, we'll go for any questions on fees and charges. So first up, I have Elizabeth.
Oh, sorry. I was waiting for Tracy to take that one. I've just got to get to the correct page. I've written on my notes. Apologies.
You can turn.
Nope, we're good. So in terms of, Rob, this question's for you around the efficiency and delivering as the customers expected. So I have had a talk to a builder. My husband's obviously a builder as well. Other companies in the construction industry, when they use junior planners that might not be up to speed, they pay a reduced amount. So there is some concern that that we don't have that here, and that the work might take longer per hour, and so they'll be paying potentially a little bit more for it. Can we be assured of strong efficiencies when we're charging at an hourly rate, given that we're now putting the price up for that?
Yes, so this is in 37 planning fee charge. So most of that work's already done in the initial PIM process. Effectively, this is just a recheck of the work to make sure that the new building plans do comply. So it's fairly simple, straightforward work, which any planner should be able to accomplish pretty efficiently.
Okay. Have we done any benchmarking with other councils around that cost that we're looking at charging?
So our planner fees are in general alignment with other councils. So that $195 per hour is probably a typical planner fee. They do range upwards of $200 plus, depending on seniority and principal planners. But that is pretty standard across most councils.
Okay. Around the dog fees, I actually want to request that, given we're a council that's trying to work out our own internal efficiencies, has there been a look to whether we need to reduce the dog ranges or instead bring on a dual role in which we may have one person serve as both the on-call parking warden and on-call dog ranger, rather than having a large number of people on our dog ranger list?
We're always looking at the amount of work we have to do versus the FTE that we have available to do it. The current staffing in that space is appropriate for the amount of work that they do get through. So I don't see any potential opportunity to be sharing roles around parking safety officers and dog rangers. I think it's resourced as it should be, and we are driving towards that full user pay cost neutral service.
Okay. Around the fitness classes, there was quite a lot of people that talked to that in their comments, and it was good that it was noted that, you know, people want to see that we continue with that. Have we internally assessed if there's any duplication in the classes that we're running alongside the current classes that are already run by existing gyms within the same locations?
We have done that in part, so I'll talk to what we have done. So in Darfield, Melbourne area, for example, we've actually gone in there and had a wee sweep of what's being currently on offer and decided not to go into the market in the Melbourne area, but to provide support to those providers. We are looking at undertaking that work in other parts of the district as well. That was a particularly challenging one given the more rural nature and how far Melbourne spreads up into the Highlands there. In terms of the commercial aspect, no, we haven't done that. We are going to be competing directly with those commercial providers, and so we don't necessarily look at exactly what they're delivering. We run our own program and try and strengthen our own program for attendance and revenue generation as best we can.
Thank you. John?
Yeah. As you mentioned, in relation to the fact that the increase in dog fees may deter people from registering the dogs, do you think there's any validity in that?
I don't believe there is. There's no research to suggest that an increase in fee will reduce compliance. Generally, we see non-compliance of dog registration over multiple years involving a small proportion of dog owners, regardless of the fee that we set for them.
And I assume that that's monitored and that appropriate enforcement action is taken.
Yes, that's right. We have a graduated response to people that don't register their dogs, and that starts with warnings, moves to infringement, and then can end in seizure of dogs. But we do try to avoid that where we can.
And does it include prosecution?
Not generally, no.
Yeah. Tracy.
My question's for Robert about the building consent fees increase. Are you able to give us an assurance that how we've come to that fee and how that is reflected in the invoice we're going to send will stand up to the scrutiny of things like complaints and Lagoima and so on, so that we can justify and point to what it's for and where?
Yes.
Great.
Yeah.
And the other question I have, Jackie, about dog registration, is dog registration the same fee whatever part of the year you pay it in?
Slightly complicated. If you have a dog that's over 3 months at the start of the financial year, then it doesn't matter when you pay that dog registration fee, you are required to pay for the entire year. However, if you have a dog that you bring home partway through the year and it's just turned 3 months, then there's a reduction depending on the age of the puppy at the time. Does that answer you? It's not straightforward.
I think it does answer my question, because what I'm saying is that if I get a puppy that's more than 3 months old in May and I register it, I will pay for a whole year's registration. Is that correct?
You'll only pay part registration from the time that it turned 3 months. So if you got a dog in August, it turned 3 months in August, then you wouldn't be needing to pay for the first month of July.
Just asking for a friend.
Thanks. Sophie.
Kia ora team, thank you for coming. So I've got two questions. James, one question is around, you mentioned that fitness classes cover their costs. Does that include like the use of the room? Like, is there a component of venue hire in there?
No, so we don't charge ourselves venue hire as part of that fee at this time.
Okay, cool. And there was a query from one submitter around, this was more to do with dog registration, alluding that the costs of managing wandering stock as subsidised by dog registration. From the fees and charges, I can see that we've got a whole new charge around the cost of transporting stock, and there's quite a range of fees if you do have stock impounding and that sort of thing. But is there any is there any way of verifying around that with dog registration?
So when we calculated the increase in the fee structure, we took out the proportion of expenses for managing other animals, including wandering stock. So the service and the increase specifically relates to managing dogs in the district.
Cool. Thank you very much.
Sarah.
And also on dogs, we've got a theme going. Absolutely support user pays and encouraging responsibility. Do we know how our service and charges compare to other districts?
Yes, so we have less fee categories here in Selwyn, which is something we will address through the long-term plan. But in comparison to Ashburton, they have two fee types. They have unmuted and neutered. Right. For their unneutered charge, they're currently charging $112, and for their neutered charge, it's currently $75 So we're slightly cheaper than them at the moment. They also have responsible owner fee type. They also have a rural dog fee type. In relation to Waimakariri, they have an entire dog fee charge of 58, and they have a neutered fee type of $31, so we're more expensive than Waimakariri. And I can give you comparisons for Christchurch. I've got them as well, or is that sufficient?
Yeah, no, that's good. I mean,
Okay.
it sort of shows that we're middle of the road.
Middle of the road.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for the team that we've got here? Reese?
Sorry, hey, Rob here going. Thank you. Can you please just clarify 1.2b, that introduction of the new fee of the 195, where it says in the district plan compliance, the removal of S37 for a standalone BCA customer?
More just what that is, or
Just
okay,
the intent?
Yep. So effectively, when someone applies for a PIM, there'll be a planning check as part of that, and sometimes that planning check will say you breached the district plan by your setback breach or whatever it may be, and then we issue that PIM back to them saying, here's the Section 37 hold. And so when a building consent does come in, effectively it gets held at that spot because there's a planning breach on it. Effectively, this allows for a recheck without having to redo a PIM, saying, well, actually, I've now redesigned my plans, building consent shows this, I've rechecked it, you'd lift that 37 and then it can fly through the building consent process.
Yeah, okay, so it's just lifting the stop point, it's not, you're not
rather
saying
than-
to actually remove, sorry, the 37,
Yeah.
S37 as a compliance tool.
Yep.
Thank you.
Sam?
Again, regarding dogs, so are you aware of people in Christchurch registering their dog in Selwyn because it's cheaper?
No, we're not aware of that situation. However, you have to provide your address where your dog is kept. So if you're transient between both addresses, then you need to provide both addresses. So we're not aware of that situation.
Okay. And so we're currently around $75 per dog, correct? Or are we 68? I've seen quite a few figures thrown around.
So we currently we have this current financial year. We have a $40 registration fee plus $15 admin, which comes to $60. We're proposing an increase to 68 in the new financial year.
Interesting. Okay. Thank you.
Denise?
Do we have to decide on all of these in one block, or are we?
No, so, yeah, no, I'll work through the resolutions. We'll have them on the screen, and so we will do them individually. So we'll do 1.1, then
Okay.
1.2, 1.3, if that makes... Does that clarify that for you?
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No problem. I have one question, and it's just on referring the item, which is the dog review, to the LTP or a review of the dog control bylaw. And I'm sorry, off the top of my head, I can't remember when that bylaw is due up, but I know it is coming very soon. So is that going to have to happen before we are out for LTP?
So I intend to bring a paper to council on the 27th of May to adopt, to propose the adoption of the fees. The dog control bylaw is actually current and not due for review for some time. So it's been recently rolled through council resolution.
Cool. So in saying that, then we can reassess the structure to incorporate potential levels of charges through the LTP then, which would be the appropriate space for consultation.
Yeah, so Section 37 of the Dog Control Act allows us to set our fees irrespective of the bylaw. So we're allowed to do that through council resolution, independent of the bylaw.
Thank you. Tracy?
I just have a follow-up question because I'm a bit confused. You've referred to the registrations going up by $6. In our consultation document, it says we're going up by $8, including CPI adjustment. So can you just explain for us so that when we get asked why it went up, why the numbers are different, we can explain? Thank you.
And I probably confused you slightly before. So currently we pay $60. That includes the admin and dog registration fee collectively. What we've added is 2.7, which is the inflationary adjustment, plus $6, rounded up equals $8.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That makes it very clear because, there were a couple of different numbers there sitting in that. So thank you for clarifying that for us. Councillors, are there any other questions on fees and charges for staff? There being none, thank you. You may go. So team, we'll just work through the resolutions and the fees and charges. And so, look, the first one up is 1.1, which is agrees to adopt a user pays approach while keeping fees lawful, transparent and proportionate to demonstrated costs. And I'm taking a slight pivot on what I'd initially said this morning of process around this, but I'm happy to get a mover and a seconder and then discussion for us. I think will be clearer for everybody here. So is there a mover for 1.1, which is Reece, and a seconder, Denise? Is there any discussion on that? So first up is Elizabeth.
Yeah, so we've got four options. We've accept, do not accept, more info, refer to the LTP. So how are we coming to one of those four options on each thing?
The resolution proposed is to accept the resolution.
So the mover and seconder have just agreed to accept it.
Yes. Right. Yeah. If you want it to
just
be not accepted, you would propose a different resolution, or it would be voted down. If you require more information, we would change the resolution for that. And if we wanted to refer it to the long-term plan, the resolution would need to state that we refer this to a long-term plan space. So the resolutions on screen are recommended. They don't stand until they are moved by a councillor. So if someone wanted to propose something different, you would need to propose an amendment to what looks there. But these resolutions are for a guide. And if you wish to propose something different,
okay,
we can do.
Noted.
Thank you. So I've got a mover and a seconder. Is there discussion on the on 1.1? It's very clear and simple. Happy to put it to the vote. So all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Call that one carried. The next one up there is 2.1, which is adopting consulted building consent fees and charges for the next financial year of 2026-27 and introducing the new fee for RMA S37 checks. This is something that was flagged up into our annual plan. Again, these resolutions are here as a guide. If anyone wants to change or amend that, they are most welcome to. Until it is moved and seconded, they don't stand.
I'll move that we accept 1.2.
That's A and B together?
Yes.
And second, Denise is happy to second. Great. Is there any discussion? Reece?
I will be supporting it based on that it is the user pays approach as per the fees of 1.1.
Tracy?
I will be supporting it. I just want to note that outside of the submissions process, the feedback I've received has mostly been from developers, from businesses, talking about the costs going up. But I'm also mindful that where the burden of this will probably lie is on self-builders. But I just wanted to put that out there. And that's not to hate on developers. They're just on a scale are more able to absorb that cost and pass it on. But I am in support.
Noted. Elizabeth.
Well, I'm going out of turn because I'm just going to speak retrospectively to the last one. Unfortunately, I was reading off my screen and it was too small and I mixed the two up. I have some concerns around the user pays approach. I've had a number of constituents that have come to me with some concerns.
I think.
I really would like to be able to speak to this. Well, it still fits with what we've got here with the consent fees and charges, so I'll make it relative. Where we've had constituents come to us around fees and charges that have been set by council that are, and when I've gone back to staff, they've said these are increased costs because they fit with a user pays approach. But they haven't come to councillors, they haven't been approved by us, and sometimes they are far in excess of what I would consider reasonable. Are we absolutely sure that we are really satisfied with where we are setting fees and consent and we're not going to be receiving complaints on a regular basis?
Yeah. Bob, do you want to talk to the level of confidence that you have around the 25% uplift of actually covering costs?
Yes. Firstly, I'd like to say that different councils have different financial policies and different recovery rates. So some councils make the conscious decision of saying we will only recover 60% of the cost of the service and the 40% is met by ratepayers. So it's hard to compare every single council because they've all got those different policy settings. In saying that, a lot of our other councils, while they may recover 100% of the direct costs of the service, like we have to date, they don't actually recover the cost of the overhead to support the service. And that's the step that we're making through this 25% uplift. So looking at the cost of staff and about 40% of the cost of staff to cover that overhead, that equaled about 25% uplift on revenue within that space.
I think one thing I note with fees and charges is that we set the fees and charges once a year through an annual plan and through our long-term plan. So it is an addendum to our annual plan, and it was something that was really important to show with the community the changes in fees and charges. So it actually has this financial year and it has next year's projected or potential fees and charges in that document. So we do set fees and charges. Sam.
Awesome. Can I just get sort of a breakdown after today, doesn't have to be now, of how we calculate that 195 per hour, given that it's supposed to only be cost recovery, just for our own peace of mind. Thank you, Rob.
All right, is there any other discussion on 1.2 A and B? Look, I think this goes along the line we have previously talked about user pays approach and, noting this is a trial, and I think that we'll start to see how this is affecting our community before we actually set the long-term plan as well. So if we are seeing detrimental effects in some of the fees and charges, we can actually reset those. And so this isn't a be-all and end-all, but we need to make that step into a user pays approach, especially when we have rates capping coming in the future. There'll be no other discussion on 1.2 A and B. I will put that to the vote. So all those in favour of accepting, please say aye. Aye. Against? Call it carried. Thank you. Next one on there is 1.3 A and B. So it is the proposed resolutions are to adopt fitness fees charges and fees, including increase to fitness class pricing, but also just noting the importance of balancing financial performance with affordability and participation in fitness classes. is there anyone wanting to move the proposed resolutions? So I've got, what is your amendment, Sophie?
Oh, I was going to speak against it.
So first
yeah.
up, I've got to move it to not accept the uplift. So is there a seconder?
To not increase, because it's only, oh, you've done that, so I can second you. Okay, yeah.
Okay. So Denise will second Elizabeth's resolution to not increase fitness fees and charges. So
Yeah.
there's a mover and a seconder. Sophie, you have an amendment.
I'm fine to proceed with this one, but talk to it and just see if...
Okay. Cool.
Can I talk to
Yeah.
it? Oh. Firstly, it only saves $10,000 per year. Secondly, it sounds like our fitness classes are already paying for themselves, and quite a few submitters did put that it does affect them, and it affects our older people who are struggling, and I think for that saving, it would be better to leave it as is. Thank you.
Thanks, Denise. Next up, I have Sophie.
Yeah, my suggestion was going to be if we were to have an increase, that it should be CPI rather than an increase in a block like it is proposed. And that is a very small increase, but part of the reasoning is that residents already pay towards the facilities as a community rate, as part of a targeted rate, sorry. And there is a lot of public good in the use, keeping these classes more financially accessible. And as James noted, the fees that we currently have cover more than the cost of instructors and equipments and everything. So they're already putting something back into the facility, which again, we already pay for in a targeted rate. So I'm happy to go with not accepting the increase, but just noting that I was going to suggest a CPI rather. Thanks.
John.
Yeah, I suppose my concern is balancing the financial performance. Are we looking at the true cost, including staff and overheads? And also, I've got great sympathy for having a targeted fitness class to those in the community that are really going to benefit, however you define that. But it seems that the overwhelming support from the community is that we shouldn't be subsidising, and if things are better run commercially, that maybe the council should recognise that and be careful where they draw the line.
Thank you, John. Elizabeth, do you want to use, you're the mover, so you get write a reply up there.
Yes.
Do you want to use that at the, Tracy?
If I heard James correctly, and I'm happy to be corrected, he said that the council doesn't charge itself for its facility when it's doing the fitness, thanks James, doing the fitness classes. So I just want to throw this into the mix. I'm aware of a fitness class that runs in one of our larger facilities every week, and that instructor doesn't make money, doesn't cover her own costs, but does pay for the hire of that facility for that period of time. And so I think that's where we have, if nothing else, a philosophical or consistency issue that I think we have to grapple with. And I get the 10,000, but I think that using the baseline of how much does it cost as our measure is going to get us into consistency problems down the line.
Sam.
I respect the concerns of my colleagues. I'm concerned that there's 76% of submitters were in favour of raising these charges. I'm also a little bit worried about the fact that it was presented to us that that fitness classes were ratepayer subsidised, and then today we hear, well, this morning we hear that they're not. It's a bit late to inform us after the annual plan consultation. Yeah, I'm questionable over what my thought was on this now, to be honest. It's throwing a spanner in the works.
Can I seek some clarification? Because my understanding is that some fitness classes generate revenue and some don't. And an increase in fees was to offset some of that. So James,
You are correct that some classes by themselves do not generate revenue, but the program as a whole does. So there's some cross-subsidisation, I guess, happening within those classes. Some are generating an enormous amount of revenue that is in like things like hydro health or move it to music. Those sort of things are being subsidised heavily by other users.
okay. Thank you, James. Sarah.
I'm almost in the space now where we need a wee bit more clarification and information about ensuring that we have a more level playing field. I feel I was originally wanting to speak to support the motion because I think that this touches on a really important aspect of equity in health, affordability and participation for our communities and ensuring that those fees and charges remain as affordable as they can be for our communities, I felt is extremely important. And so I am happy to support the motion. I would have also supported the CPI slight increase. However, what John and Samuel have also touched on in terms of ensuring that we have the full picture, this might be a time to grab a wee bit more clarification.
Go to Aaron.
I'm going to speak against the motion to not accept it. The class increases are typically in the range of 30 to 60 cents per class, which if you do it to a percentage is sort of 3 to 5%, which is not way out of line with what the CPI is at. The argument that a number of people who were opposed to it increasing, that this was a health issue, that could equally be applied to people who walk their dogs, and we've just unanimously voted to increase dog charges. So as Tracy notes, consistency here. The general feedback from the tick box answer was overwhelmingly to go ahead with it. We've heard that our classes are cheaper than other districts, and since charges do not include the venue hire, there is actually an element of rate subsidisation occurring, which is just somewhat hidden. So I'm not in favour of what's being proposed.
Thank you, Aaron. I just note is there anyone else that wishes to speak to this that hasn't spoken? So Denise, are you okay as you've spoken?
Oh, to switch it off.
Yeah. Thank you. Reece.
Thank you. I would agree that there's been a shift, but the ratepayers are in the direction of paying, so I am more in the support that there are. I would actually like to confirm, just for the last 2%, gold cards, etc., are subsidised for these fitness classes. Yeah, so there is a subsidy, fees, etc., in there, which is what my understanding was. So, yeah, I would be in the ballpark of continuing with what the community is asking for as a majority. So I would be against the current move. Motion is the word I was looking for. Thank you.
Yeah, look, I recognise it as particularly confusing with the way that we are working some of this, and so just confirming that the resolution is not to accept the proposed fees and charges. So I think...
Can I ask another question? I'm not allowed another question.
Yeah.
I just wanted to clarify because the 76% was yes for that whole question, but a lot of submitters, if you read them, had divided out the different categories. In one that particularly stood out to me was the fitness one. So, thank you.
Thanks, Denise. Elizabeth, you get your right of reply.
Yeah. Yeah, and I just want to say that the reason that I've supported this is exactly as Denise has said. While they've ticked the box, yes, they've itemised differently within the answers to the question in the comments section. And there was a resounding amount of people that said they'd like this to be left alone for, as Sarah pointed out, for the health reasons. And while it's a small change, it's about where do we stand in terms of social opportunity for people? Well, not everyone may have a gold card or a community card. Double income families are lining up and going to drive, from what we've heard in the submissions, driving to Darfield from Rolleston for food parcels at the food bank. So we know that there are a lot of people out there struggling at the moment. They may or may not be using our services, but I think there are some areas where it's of low cost to us but may be of importance to the public, and it would just be nice to know that we're not increasing user charges without great need at our end for everything. And this is one area where I see that we can have a bit of flex.
Okay, I'm going to put this to the vote. So the current resolution is to not accept proposed fees and charges, which is moved by Elizabeth and seconded by Denise. Can I ask those in favour of not accepting fees and charges uplift to put their hand up? Motion has failed. I'm looking, I guess, for someone to propose to accept. So Sam is the mover to the original motions that were proposed, so adopts the proposed fitness fees and charges. There was a seconder over this side, which was Reese. Do we need any discussion on this? As the mover, Sam.
I just think we heard quite clearly. I warrant what you're saying, Elizabeth. I warrant what you're saying, Denise. I read that there were quite a few mentions of that. There was also quite a few mentions, I actually thought there was more of a weighted mention towards dog registration concerns, personally. And then the odd familiar developer name opposing consent increases. But yeah, it's quite a simple one. The community spoke. We need to listen.
Thanks, Sam. Sophie.
Yeah, apologies. Just looking at the fees and charges document, can I just get a nod on whether the discounts or the reductions is gold cards, community services card, but also Hapai cards?
Sorry, Sophie, is that in terms of the concession pricing?
Concessions,
Yeah,
yes.
Hapai cards are included in the concession.
Cool. It's just that it's not listed in the documents. I just wanted to double check that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Tracy.
The hardest thing for me about doing this job and approaching this annual plan and then the long-term plan is that the overwhelming number of people in our district want their rates increases lowered. And they also want staff. And we have to decide how we're going to slice that pie. And as I said previously, I would just say that in my head, how I'm going to try and attempt to reconcile those is through some form of consistency. And so for me, it isn't about whether fitness is valid. Fitness is valid. It isn't about whether it's $11 or $8 for the dogs. It's about how to approach it so that when we come to the decisions that are $1 million or 50,000 or whatever, that people can see that to the best of my ability, if I achieve it, that's the approach I've taken. And that's how I'm going to approach it. And so that's why, for me, I will support this motion.
Grace.
Thank you for clarifying that for the public as well as for, but in this motion, the discussed 7%, I think it was, James, that I wrote down, that becomes hard and fast. There isn't a discussion on that percentage increase after this motion? I would just like clarification. We are talking between 30 to 50 cents, as Councillor McGlinchey. So it's not, it is hard and fast on that rate rise that's been put there.
That is, the 7% uplift is the numbers that have been proposed and the fees and charges associated to them.
Yep. No, that's, thank you.
Okay, there being no other discussion, I will put the original proposed motions, which is to adopt the proposed fees and fitness charges. And the other one is just noting the importance of balancing financial performance with maintaining affordability and participation in fitness classes. So all those in favour of adopting the proposed fees, please raise your hand. Okay, call it carried. Thank you. Okay, next one up is 1.4, which is adopting the dog control fees for 2026-27 as consulted in the draft annual plan. I'm also happy to take 1.5 at the same time because I see them quite relative together. So 1.5 is referring the item for consideration and preparation of the LTP or a review of the dog control bylaw, and so that is working out different charges for different dogs. I've got a light on here. Are you wanting to take it separately?
I'm wanting to refer both to the LTP. And the reason is because I think that we should be doing an internal assessment on the role of our dog rangers and reviewing the nature of the job and the amount of workload and assessing the amount of staff we have in that area.
So you're moving that you would like it to be referred to the LTP?
Yep, I'm happy to move both together because the other one is also referring the item for consideration for preparation for the LTP.
Is there a seconder to consider 1.4 and 1.5 to the LTP? Sorry, I don't have a seconder for that, Elizabeth. Is there anyone wanting to move adopting dog control fees for this coming financial year and referring the bylaw to or review to the LTP? So I have Big Red to move. Is there a second? Aaron. Okay, there's a mover and a seconder for that. Is there any discussion? So first up, I have John.
Yeah, just the note about the separate report. I'd feel more comfortable if we'd actually had all the information together to make a better informed decision.
The second report, which is the consideration of the review. Yep. Reece?
I think Mr. Very has a point being the 27th of May, but yeah, 1.5 is that the review of the dog control bylaw has been as of the briefing this morning has been deferred. Is that correct?
My take on that answer to that question is the dog control bylaw isn't up for review in the near future, but we can consider bringing that back for review here, or we do it through the long-term plan where we look at the fees.
Yeah, so I would just, to the table, considering it for the LTP or considering it as a sooner, maybe would have been better to be voted individually, but I'm quite happy to proceed as we've got the motion.
Okay, thank you. Denise?
I just wanted to respond to this one and support this one. I've got 4 dogs, but that is a luxury. And the fee pays towards, because I know a lot of people will say, oh, you know, if you don't own a dog or you do own a dog or whatever, but the fee goes towards keeping everybody safe. And we've got more people now, we've got more dogs, there's definitely a lot more issues. So I think we need to increase this fee to keep everyone safe, those who have got dogs and those who haven't.
Thank you, Denise. Sophie?
Yeah. I guess, I mean, my take on the report that's coming at the end of the month, that's more to do with the fact that the dog registration fees become due on the 1st of July. So in terms of giving people the ability to, you know, pay at the right time, that's why we bring forward adopting the new fees. It's not because there's a whole change that's otherwise being prepared. It's literally to adopt what we're looking at right now on the 27th of May rather than on the 30th of June. So it's not really consistency, it's a timeliness factor. But in terms of 1.5, the only comment I've got there is it would be great if obviously Federated Farmers have requested a review in terms of working dogs. There are also a lot of concerns from submitters around people who have a dog for companionship and that sort of thing. And from accessibility point of view, you know, a dog is probably your closest companion if you're struggling to get out of the house or anything. So I don't know if it's worth also looking at the potential for some sort of gold card or disability concession. What the impact of that would be wider would be, I've got no idea, but it's something that we haven't really looked at yet. Thank you.
Look, I agree. I think it's something that we scope in the future because it's not necessarily just working dogs. There's the potential for other dangerous dogs and actually looking at what a schedule might be and what the impacts of that are. So, yeah, there's I think a bigger body of work associated to that, which 1.5 will give us. Elizabeth?
Seeking some clarification on, can we also additionally have more info on the things that I referenced earlier around staffing numbers and understanding the full body of work there so that we're assuring that. And I'd also like to just raise in public my proposal of whether we can have a dual purpose parking warden / dog control officer role to reduce the FTE as an on-call rather than someone who's actively seeking and looking for work.
I think, and this is my understanding, it's not necessarily our role to instruct staff on how they structure themselves to be efficient in what role that they do, but I'm happy to pass on to Steve.
Yeah, look, for the first part of their question, yes, we can come back with a little bit more detail about how this works. I'll work with the Executive Director on that. And we can follow any direction from this table, but I think on that one, we'll need to do some work and bring you back some advice as to why those roles are quite separated, because they are funded from very different parts of legislation and they do have a degree of different skill set capability and operational areas. So we've heard you. Let us come back with a little bit of advice on that if you're comfortable. But it will be separate to the annual plan process itself.
John?
Yeah, no, look, I appreciate the kind offer, but I'm just aware that my role is governance, giving effect to what the community have responded during the submissions process, and that want to be careful that I don't get into any operational matters.
Look, I'm happy to put these to the vote. If there is no other discussion, anyone that hasn't said anything. Big Red, do you want your right of reply? Apologies. You're all good? Okay, all those in favour of 1.4 adopting the dog control fees for the next financial year and referring the item on working dog concession to the LTP, please raise your hand. Cool. And those against? Okay, call it carried. Okay, that brings us to the end of fees and charges. The next one up here, the next topic is economic development program. So I'll ask Denise and Claire to come up to the table. Councillors, if you want the supporting information, it's on page 71 in Deliberations. Right, happy to hand over to you, Denise.
Kia ora, councillors. The staff recommendation to you is that you agree the reduction of the Economic Development Fund by 650,000 for 26-27, and we've acknowledged that there's been a lot of feedback around affordability concerns and a focus on core services. In the interest of transparency, because this has come up through some of the submissions, we've also draw to your attention the Strategic Events Fund is implicated in that. And while there is an intent to retain a small budget to support an emerging opportunity that will be brought before the council, the impact is that the Strategic Events Fund will not be there as part of that. And that's just in the interest of transparency. It was in the original presentation, but I'm mindful that there have been some submissions in that regard.
Okay. All right. I'm happy to go to councillors for any questions for Denise and Claire on economic development. Sophie.
Kia ora, ladies. My question is mostly around 2.1G, around the emerging opportunity. Is there a specific emerging opportunity that is being ring-fenced for? Because it's...
No, there isn't. It's just provision for, so that it can be brought before the council should such opportunity present itself.
Yeah, okay. The other question is around, because strategic events, it's been something that, you know, it's easy to wrestle with how much money we give to events, and some of them have been running really well for a long time. Now, I could probably dig it out of my computer, but off the top of your head, could you remember for us which events normally benefit from strategic events?
My understanding, we would have to get a check with Stephanie around that, but I think there are some funds like Hororata Glow, those sorts of events have traditionally got some funding from that. But there is a list, and we can provide that to you, but it won't be immediately. It will be after lunch.
No, that's fair enough. I guess my worry with that is basically that we're cutting this, and a lot of those events have not submitted on this plan and may not realise that they're about to lose a significant amount of funding, which admittedly is competitive, so there's never any guarantee of it, but all of them in one go is quite a significant change to the event profile for our district.
I think my question that comes from that is, what was the dollar amount associated to the Strategic Events Fund? And what is the earmarked funding for emergent opportunity, noting that will be included in the $250,000 left for economic development, that it won't be all of that.
So in terms of what's proposed not to be continued, is the Rolleston Hotel work. So there was a demand assessment that was completed in the financial year, which showed that there was demand for a hotel, but, council's financial contribution towards building a business case and working with developers to continue that instead. And we'll share the demand assessment with appropriate contacts.
I think what I'm asking is, in the next year's financial budget, how much is earmarked for emerging opportunities within the $250,000?
I think it's about $10,000, but we can check that too.
And how much was the Strategic Events Fund?
I think it was 100,000.
We don't have that information.
Okay. I can probably go to some other questions and try and find that. John?
Yeah. No, look, again, trying to stick within my cage of governance, great to see the acknowledgement, and then I presume that's going to, and I have every confidence that the staff will make sure that that goes into direction, and that the Ellesmere Promotions Trust submission was one of several others, and I think that's heading in the right direction. And I think the balance is that, in my reading of the feedback that's been provided by the community, that they're saying that economic development is good, we're a growing district, we need to fine-tune the balance, and my take on it is that maybe a little bit of priority can be given to the emerging new opportunities, whereas some of the more established ones have had a good chunk of the pie, and it's better to look at new things following on.
Thank you. Questions? Tracy?
Denise and Claire, I wonder if you can just confirm that there's still an opportunity for those people who applied under the Strategic Events Fund to apply within the Community Grants Policy, the Community Grants Fund.
My understanding is that's correct, and my further understanding is that the Strategic Events Fund was intended to take some of the burden off the demand on the Community Grants Fund, but yes, that they would be entitled to apply for that fund.
Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, Elizabeth?
It would have been good to have had the itemised costings in here for us, because Aaron and I have just been having a look. We've struggled to find what's been reduced, just to have some visuals over that. The concern is here that we've had a huge amount of submissions that have come back and specifically talk to certain types of funds that they don't want to see reduced. And there's been a clear indication from the community that there's some areas they do and some areas they don't. Given that we're just putting forward, I'm presuming the staff recommendation here, it doesn't have any financial capacity to it, so you're just proposing to go ahead with what was in the annual plan as it was and not change those figures?
I'm not I'm not sure if you're talking about community funding or this, or the economic development budget. In some of the earlier presentations to council, what was being impacted was stated, and I can get Claire to repeat that now, about while individual projects weren't itemised in terms of cost, the intent was that we were transparent about providing that information on those, what that totalled, what that 650,000 was made up from. And they included business support, business grants promotion, shared startup space, an innovation challenge event, the strategic events fund, with those matters.
So what's the small retaining budget for the strategic events fund? Is that something you're able to share publicly, that you're retaining that's available?
We are in public now.
So the major events fund was.
Strategic
events fund was 110,000.
Yep.
So 40,000 will be retained to be agile for opportunities if a major event is identified, which council can decide if they is of interest or not.
So we've got 40,000 left. Okay. And when is the last time that someone can apply for that 40,000 under the strategic events fund?
I can't speak to that.
There's the quarterly funding
point,
cycles,
yes.
where it'll be.
But Stephanie could certainly advise us of that when she comes in, and to talk specifically about funding.
Yep. Okay. Thank you.
My understanding is Strategic Events Fund, previously been on a funding panel, it is quarterly, and it comes to the funding panel for consideration whether to fund or not. Are there any, Sarah?
Yeah, just as part of that clarification, perhaps it would be great to understand what the implication for some of the government-ready bids that have been undertaken in the past, what opportunities to the district that might have some impact on that, please. Thank you.
So that money, that 40,000 would be available for that.
Sophie?
Sorry, I was trying to dig some stuff out of my laptop. So we're talking about keeping 40,000 in strategic events. Okay, that's actually not too bad just on the scheme of things, because last year it was 58,000. So that's actually not a great deal of reduction, which does allay some of my worries actually. So thank you.
If I could just add to what is being retained, it's a community-led energy hub, a dark sky and accreditation, local townships and communities activation, impact group coordination and investment-ready business cases and emerging opportunities, which is that 40,000 that Claire referred to, is improve waste reduction initiatives and Runanga-led economic development.
Thank you, Denise and Claire. Are there any other questions? There have been none. Thank you very much. You may be released. I need to find a better saying for that, don't I? Yeah, I know. You are dismissed. No, it's... Anyway, I'm going to think about that. I can ponder a better word for that. Councillors, there are a suite of resolutions here towards our economic development program. Are you wanting to take all of these as a whole, or do you want to work through these? Great. I will look for someone to propose resolutions 2.1A right through to G. So a mover is Tracy, and a seconder, John. Is there any discussion on this? Elizabeth?
Just would like some clarification, or it's discussion really, and it's not clarification. We've got here clear return on investment. Has that been done to date? And That's something that's obviously in here, and will that be coming back to council? It's a question for you, Lydia.
We do event evaluations after big events, so we do get a number which tells us how much it returns to the economy for each event.
Cool. Thank you, Claire. Sophie.
Yeah, I just want to note that it's this economic development strategy has barely been in operation for a year, and we're already cutting the budget by a significant amount. And I get the reasons why this is proposed in this way, but it is actually already too early. We haven't had a single review yet to tell us how well the strategy is working over a year, and we're going to cut the budget without knowing that, because we do have a direction from residents to try and cut money. So it's a bit hard to say. We certainly can't say that we're cutting this budget because it's not delivering what it is intended to, because we don't actually know that. What we know is that this will be a conscious slashing of the strategy, and therefore any outcomes that it could potentially have achieved. So the reason why I mention that is simply because we haven't really given it a chance. I get why we're probably not going to be giving it a chance, but there are potentially some long-term impacts that will not be realised because of this. Like the stuff that's in the strategy did not come out of thin air. There was a lot of work that went into that. If we can't afford to do it now, there is potentially a massive long-term opportunity cost. But I will probably vote for this just because that is what is happening this year, is trying to cut down as much as possible. But I would very much hope that this is intended to be a temporary thing while we reset various things. We do now have, or if the local government's improvements bill goes through, economic development will be listed among the things that we are required to give effect to. And we already, even without cutting this, spend less than many other territorial authorities in this area. So there's no question there. It's just that this is for me, I'm very reluctant to see this go through, but I know that that's the direction that we're taking this year, so I'll go for it. I'll support it. But I'm not convinced that it's the best thing long term. This is a short term mindset. Thank you.
Yeah, look, Sophie, I agree. I think it's really hard, and I guess we're in the avenue of having to cut our cloth, and recognising that this is. I see a lot of the things that we are doing as a trial before we set our LTP. And I think recognising that, yes, economic development is still going to be part of our core service, which I think a lot of people don't recognise. But, and I think that is why this is still here. It is still a good strategy. And I guess what we need to see is the reporting back on that to us before our long-term plan when we set these proposed amounts. So I think it's a commitment to report and come back to us so that we can be fully informed for LTP. Sarah.
Yeah, in line with that, I think this is a reluctant vote from me on reducing our economic development by so much. It is a significant reduction. I have concerns that it may be premature. However, what I would love to see is a really solid plan as to how we can really activate that private sector and partnerships within our community. And I would also like to see a full review of the strategy going forward as we look to the long-term plan. Thanks.
Okay. Tracy.
I think it also shows, speaking to Sophie's point, I think it also shows the benefit of more interim reporting along the way. And then we would be more informed, I guess, around what benefits are starting to fall out of it. But the observation that I want to make is that we've just come out of a couple of resolutions relating to user pays. And I think that while I understand the broader definition, the the intention of economic development. We're also talking about living in a growing community with growing businesses and so on. And if there's one thing that came out of the earthquakes and COVID, is that a number of businesses do not put aside research and development or contingency money. And I think that that's a version of user pays, of businesses, small and large, actually allocating some resource of their own to some of these things, and we can then partner with them, but not necessarily financially. So that's that point on user pays. And the other is that, Sophie, I hope that it comes back in some form or another. In the same way that I hope some of the stuff that's coming up and been with community funding comes back. I think one of the things that some of the people at this table are looking to is that we change how we are a partner, how we are strategically with some of these groups, including businesses. And I think that I am hoping that there is an element of a holding pattern that we have to deliver a lower rates increase to people who literally won't be able to pay their rent or their mortgages, but that along the way we can use the brains in this building to work out if there are better ways that we can deliver some of these outcomes from our side through rearrangements and different ways of partnering. So I will support this.
John?
Yeah, my support isn't reluctant. Again, as I said, having read through the views expressed by the community, that they're well aware that previously there was grandiose projects, little reporting, and that the rates increases had got to the stage that they weren't sustainable. So what they're doing now is making a pragmatic decision, giving a clear direction that we need to cut our cloth, work within our means, and hopefully it will be temporary, but let's get through this crisis point where people are suffering, and then we can start to get on with the business of looking after the district better.
Thanks, John. Aaron?
Agree with John by and large, and what Tracy was saying. I think for this fund, the fund has been cut because it hasn't had the measures in place that can demonstrate the value already. And obviously it's early days, but you have appropriate measures at the different stages of a project. If they were clear and evident, then we may not have looked to cut this fund by so much. So I think the lesson going forward is that if we want to set it up to grow in the future, put some good KPIs in place, start measuring stuff, start reporting back to us, develop those relationships with businesses, deliver on 21.1E, and then we'll have a good platform to reassess. So I'm in favour, thank you.
Sam?
Thank you. I agree with the entire room, to be fair. 70% of our submitters said that they wanted to see a reduction in that. And I don't think that we should take that lightly. When your community says that they want less put back into their community, if it will relate to an offset in their rates, then that's a huge indication that people are hurting out there. We were given a direction, we were given a directive quite clearly. I understand the amazing work that some of the organisations that utilise this Economic Development Fund achieve in our communities. They do amazing work, and that's why I'd like to use this opportunity to encourage members of our community, whoever's watching this or whoever watches it in the future, reach out to your local organisations, volunteer. This is a great opportunity for us to stimulate and kickstart a bit of community action. And I'm hopeful that this is just a short term. But I'd also like to touch, if this program has only been around for 12 months or so, what were we doing prior to that?
Denise?
Yeah, good question, Samuel. I just wanted to support what John and Aaron said, and also to say that it's just a simple yes/no question, this one. 74.7% of respondents, there wasn't a lot of different questions and categories combined in there. So I think I fully support it. Thanks.
And then Race.
Being on the Community Funding Board and with the strategic events, etc., all of that is correct. It was 50,000. It's been 2 years, and the partners, Selwyn Sport, Lincoln Enviro, Te Kakariki Greenways, 24/7 Youth, Waihora, Ellesmere Trust, but there's a list here from when we had that.
So
funding.
those ones are strategic partners.
Yeah.
There's a difference between strategic partners and strategic events.
No, I get that. But what I'm trying to, there was a question, sorry, in regards to who that was, and it couldn't be answered by the table. So it was just to put some context into that of who it is and what the funding is. But as it stands, as to Samuel's point, it is, we're being asked to reduce. So there is a lot in this funding circle where people have said put it on hold as well, and that is also a point that's been mooted around the table. But I think in this instance, last one in, first one out by the look.
Okay, look, I think everyone's had a fair go here. We had mover Tracy and seconder John. Tracy, do you want your right to reply? You're not worried? Okay, all those in favour, please raise your hand. Carried. Councillors, the next one on the list is actually the capital program. I note that it is a very large discussion. Would you entertain the fact, could we bring topic 6, which is District Park Rolleston, up to the table? And then we will move back to capital program after a break. Because there's a big sitting for that one. Keith and Tim, are you okay to bring District Park up, and then we'll have a break, and then we'll go capital program after a break.
Do this paper, and then that's the final resolution before going to lunch, but need to get it done before 1 o'clock. Just so we've got 24 hours notice. Is that right?
Okay, let me hand over this and thank you. Happy to hand over to Tim and Keith.
Thanks, Lydia, and good morning, councillors. I'm actually going to defer straight across to Keith for District Park.
Thank you very much, and good day, everyone. The consultation on the District Park was really around whether we should take a pause and take a fundamental review of the scale, scope and function of the park. We received approximately 74% of support for doing this, but during the course of the consultation we also received a considerable number of suggestions as to things that we should be including within the district park, which I think seems to suggest that a review is a timely thing to do. Mindful of one of the challenges we have with the district park is not just the cost of building it, but the cost of owning and operating it. And therefore, this gives us an opportunity to look at how we might be able to offset some of those long-term ongoing operational costs that will indeed have an impact on future rate rises. So this really does seem to be like the ideal opportunity to do this, and I think the members of the public really picked up on that. It is worth noting that we did have a number of submitters who suggested that we didn't need any further park spaces, and that may be a reflection of where we are today. It probably is not a reflection of where we might be in 10 years' time. We also had a number of submitters who came forward and reminded us that the park is not just about pure recreation, but it also should be about the future of sports and arts and culture. And again, this seems to suggest to us that this is the best time to undertake such a review. So what we're asking for here really is the opportunity to go forward and develop up a terms of reference from what exactly we define a review to be, because review can be incredibly broad. But I think if we have some well-defined terms of reference, we have a very, very good chance of coming up with a solution that will both benefit the community in the long term, but will satisfy quite a number of those submitters that came forward who may not necessarily have been submitting on the annual plan or the district park, but wanted to be included in the amenity for the future of the district. So I will just acknowledge that we had quite a significant number of submitters on Broadfield Gardens and the purchase of that. I know that there's a separate paper around Broadfield Gardens coming forward. Our proposal is that we, whilst considering Broadfield Gardens, we do so within the wider scheme of the future of the district park, because there will be some synergies, there will be some overlaps. And I think, again, with that eye on the long-term ownership and operating costs, rather than the simple purchase cost, it's something that we should consider as part of the review. So I would appeal for that to be included within the terms of the reference. And I think this becomes a bit of an organisational wide piece as well, because this isn't just about parks and reserves or sports and recreation. It's going to involve finance and investment as well, because we will be looking for opportunities to bring activities that fit within the definition of recreation into the district park that will provide future income from that park. So that's kind of all I have on that one.
Thank you. Happy to go to councillors for any questions on District Park. Denise.
Oh, I just note in the column here, it's got Selwyn Dog Training Club, Rolleston Brass, Deborah Hassan. Where do they get included in this annual planning? Is that further on? Yeah.
So some of them are double up and considered
later on.
in
So
some
they
of
can
the
do- yeah.
capital program.
Yeah.
And then there's the opportunity to, I guess, propose anything after we've gone through what we have on the sheet.
Okay.
There is also the consideration within the resolution that we have there to incorporate what the scope of the district park is and consider the activity that fits within the district park. And so note there are a lot of people that have submitted wanting to be part of that.
Yeah. Everyone wants a bit of it.
Yeah, which is great to have a lot of interest in it. And so part of the scope, in my view, and happy if we need to amend any resolution there, is to include the potential for people that are interested in District Park.
Yeah, maybe if we could do that. Yeah, thank you.
Questions, Elizabeth?
Around the terms of reference for the review of the district park, are you saying that'll be a external supplier independently bringing information to the council in a briefing, or are you just doing it in-house?
I would propose to do that in-house, but as a cross-organisational approach.
Yep. We've been talking about town plans for quite a long time. Is there a Rolleston town plan which can also come back as part of the terms for within at the same time as your terms of reference, so we can see how the district plan fits nicely into town planning, but also with James's work, alongside James's work around sporting needs and requirements and gaps and localities, that sort of thing?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what I'm trying to say is we look at this as a cross-organisational piece. There are already a number of activities in flight, and this seems like the ideal opportunity to capture all of those within the context of what we're trying to achieve with the district park.
Okay, so in terms of what we were talking about before, Lydia was just referencing bringing people on that have a vested interest in looking at the district park. Is that limited to those that did the submissions, or is that going wider to stakeholders and community organisations?
No, I think if it's a review and we have a terms of reference, it's for the whole of the district.
Yep. Okay. Fantastic. You've referenced the discussion here about the potential purchase of Broadfield Gardens. Now, obviously, we're getting some information coming back after there's a paper on that. Will the timing for that align nicely with the terms of reference and they'll come together or separately?
I think it depends on what time frame people are thinking around the Broadfield Gardens. But again, my suggestion is that we take whatever information we have with Broadfield Gardens and take that as part of the overarching review of District Park. It may well be that if it was decided that Broadfield Gardens is a correct move, that would feature within phase 1 of the delivery of the plan for the District Park. But I don't want to try and, should we say, foreclose on any opportunities that might exist as a result of excluding it.
Okay, thank you for that.
John.
Yep. No, look, I think the direction proposed reflects the feedback that's been received, and I just sort of add, and I realise it wasn't comprehensive, but the ability for multi-facility sports hubs and also public-private partnerships where there's sports clubs, organisations willing to contribute. My main issue from a governance point of view is just, don't need the answers now, but would agree that getting the terms of reference correct is critical, so would like a time frame at some stage as to when, and then getting the report. My understanding would be not getting into operational, but we're probably not likely to be able to refer it to the LPT this time round, being realistic, because there's a solid amount of work. But would just like some comfort at some stage as to when we can expect the terms of reference and the report to be available for discussion.
I completely agree, John. And I think when it comes to the terms of reference, I'll seek advice from the CE on this and the Mayor, but this feels like this may be an opportunity for us to workshop those terms of references rather than for Council to try and produce them in isolation.
Thank you, Keith. Aaron.
Thanks for the work on this. I look forward to seeing the terms of reference developed. It's already been discussed, but I think it's important to be clear for the public that this review is not just looking at the boundaries of the district park and saying what do we want in here, how many sports fields, where should the tennis courts go. We need to look more broadly at the network of reserves and recreational spaces we've got, plus some of the other opportunities that council have made decisions about recently with other bits of land, creating different things to put into the mix. So it is a real, like you say, a real timely opportunity to review this. One of the submitters was Selwyn United Football, and they said if we had another turf, which costs money obviously, that reduces the need on grass fields. So that sort of thing should be in the mix as well, because if they can free up other grass fields, we don't need to build so many new grass fields. And then I also read Sport Canterbury's submission that people's involvement in sport is moving away from less formally organised sports to much more informal active recreation. So we need to throw all of those things into mix, try and find the best outcome really cost effectively, and that delivers what we need as a community. So looking forward to this. Thank you very much.
Kia ora, gentlemen. So I guess my question is, aside from setting some terms of reference and forming up a multidisciplinary group, that sort of thing, within this decision, are we expecting anything to happen on progressing the district park in this financial year? And I only ask that mainly because we did have, I mean, it's noted here that there are several groups that are interested in ground leases and all that sort of stuff, and I'm not expecting anyone to start breaking ground on putting up a band camp or anything like that. But for instance, things like boundary plantings have been mentioned over several years. That okay, one way or another, if we're going to be using this ground, it would be great to start getting some trees in the ground. And just on that note, I mean, there's been a few staff teams have been running some reserve planting days across the district, and I don't think we've actually had a single one in Rolleston. And I would love to get as many people out there as possible and actually plant something on some ground that we actually own. But yeah.
So I think the answer to that question is it really depends on the breadth of the scope that we decide we'll get into. But the intention here is to maintain that concept of delivering the district park in a number of phases over a series of years rather than to do it in one big bang. That simply would be just incredibly difficult to do.
Oh, totally.
So there is an opportunity, if we agree within the terms of reference what those priorities are, that perhaps some of those priorities could be brought into that first stage. Whether that will be delivered within the next financial year, it will certainly be planned within the next financial year. And one of the key things here is to make sure that if we have a robust plan, and you'll hear me say this about the Capital Works program as well, good plans lead to good results, and good plans result in you delivering things to your target, which is your budget, your quality and your time. So this is our opportunity to get good plans in place, and if some of that is supporting future development with planting out and boundary planting, then that would definitely be one of the things that would come out from the terms of reference and the priorities that are identified.
Fair enough. And is it expected that the outcomes from the working group would have to come back to council without going to consultation, or are we going to have to put the whole lot through the LTP?
It definitely would come through council. And I do see this as a collaborative and iterative process because it's quite a significant piece for the community. I think we also will have to have a discussion about consultation and what that means, again, because it cuts across other pieces of work that are taking place at this moment in time, whether that's looking at the overall planning, whether it's looking at the whole sports and recreation piece as well. It's a very large piece of work.
Yep. Oh, cool. Thank you.
Sarah.
Thank you very much. Wholeheartedly support the terms of reference scoping happening. I guess some of the stuff that came through the submissions from our community was that there not only was there sort of opportunities for commercial sports roles, but there was a real opportunity for community to be engaged and involved in this in quite a hands-on way, whether through the likes of Te Ara Kakariki Trust or university or school, etc. So I guess just ensuring that our scope covers that desire from our community to be a part of this. My question was the fourth point there, commercial activity that fits within definition of recreational services. How restricted are we or not as to what we can invite into this reserve space?
So given that most of the funding will come from development contributions, the DIA is kind enough to put some restrictions on what the definition of that can be when it comes to recreation.
Yes.
So we will have to stick within the bounds of that. My initial view is the kind of commercial activity that we would be prioritising would be that would support the delivery of recreational facilities as opposed to a standalone commercial development. Mm-hmm. So again, I think that's something that I would be looking for guidance within the terms of reference. If we decided to have a commercial facility which was also a sporting venue, if it was possible to recover significant costs from a sporting venue, I would see that as a priority of maybe entertaining somebody who wants an office space close to the district park.
Sure. And the likes of how far into the arts we can go with this, that's all within recreation?
Absolutely. I mean, unless someone disagrees with me, I think that we look at them in the same light.
Yeah, thank you.
Race.
And I guess just getting down to the numbers, the figures, there would be a helicopter budget within all of this for what it can do, and the potential revenue streams, leases, etc., would all be in this proposal after the terms of reference.
Absolutely. I mean, I think we're all aware that we've got, we already collected a number of development contributions towards the capital side of these things. One of the things that we need to work on is what is the operational burden that comes with this, not just on an annual basis, but replacement as well, so whole of life pieces. And that is going to be, if you like, one of the key outcomes from this review.
Yeah. Okay, so thank you.
Bear with while the resolutions are put back up on the screen there for you. But you have those in front of you anyway, which are 61A and 61B. I think this is the most pragmatic way forward, is to actually rescope this, establish a terms of reference, and noting that this will come back to us to workshop what that terms of reference look like to consider the other items that we have there. Denise, you had raised with me like Selwyn Dog Training Club, Rolleston Brass, and I know that there's quite a few considerations in the capital program, so I've noted those for capital program, and some of those note to include within the scope of District Park. So I've noted those for when we come back after lunch, if that is appropriate to put those into that space. Councillors, is there anyone willing to move? Oh, lots. Everyone, who hasn't moved this morning? John hasn't moved. John's happy to move that. And a seconder? Aaron? Is there any discussion for us here? And I've got Tracy.
I think it's worth mentioning that the purchase of the district park a number of years ago, I think, was probably a very good decision, and that the growth of Rolleston since then is beginning to show that. And when you look at the plans of Rolleston, the district park was very much on the outskirts of Rolleston when it was purchased, and by the time stuff happens at that park, it won't be the outskirts of Rolleston. And an example of that is Broadfield Garden, which was by some people deemed to be in the middle of nowhere, but in a few years' time it will be connected to Rolleston by a whole lot of houses. And so that brings me to my point about the reviewing of this, is that since this land was bought, a lot has changed. I would really like for the name to change, because one of the things that I heard back from people who contacted me was that this is Rolleston Central Park. And it doesn't feel necessarily owned by the rest of the district, particularly as we go out into Ellesmere and into Tawera Melvin, and that's just something we need to be mindful of as we are presenting this as a district park. I absolutely love the notion that the arts and so on are included in our definitions. But finally, my point, and I do have one, is that I think the district park is an example of where people want their rates lower today, but we have to make provision for the future. And that's another tension that we have about what sort of town/city people want to live in 10, 20, 30 years' time. So that's our juggling.
Thanks, Tracy. Sophie?
Yeah. This is another one that I hate seeing come back to the table, because it has been so long since the land was purchased, so before I got on council. So, you know, it is a topic of frustration among many people in our community that it is still leased as farmland and simply grazed rather than being used productively and for recreation by the district community. And I do say the district community because a lot of the clubs that have submitted saying that they want to operate on the park are district-wide clubs. The Selwyn Dog Training Club, they came and told us how they set up originally. You know, they're from Darfield, but they came to Rolleston. You know, I could keep rattling, but I'll just waste time if I do. But in terms of population growth, there were a couple of submitters who seemed to think that it was bought for the wrong population, which was weird, because we know that we've grown ridiculously rapidly in the last few years. So if there was an overestimation to start with, I think we might have blown that one out of the water by now. And I will support this, but I would love to see more happening sooner rather than later, rather than constantly rephasing and redesigning and delaying, because we're also now getting to a point where, because one of the things that this park can give is an opportunity for some of our larger events to happen. So for instance, Hororata Highland Games has the use of the entire domain out there, which is a massive reserve. Actually, it's not even the entire domain, that's only half of the actual reserve. The rest of it is still in grazing land. Whereas here at this side of Selwyn, we have large events like the fireworks that happen at Foster Park, which are not run by the council, for anybody who still thinks that they're run by the council, run by a fantastic volunteer team, and the costs of traffic management and fencing and everything for that event now are becoming almost prohibitive. The same can probably be said for an event like Selwyn Sounds down in Lincoln. Victims of their own success, but that doesn't mean we should constrain the success by not providing the space for those events to grow and deliver better outcomes for more people. And that's something that the district park can do. And we do actually need to, settle this at some point and get on with it. Thank you.
I think, Sophie, I agree. I think, that's all part of the terms of reference and the scope of this is, that I think it's a great idea to have somewhere where we can hold large events outdoors for our community. But, all part of that review. And actually, I'm quite grateful for the vision to purchase that land many years ago, to give us so many options that we can now have up for us. But I think for me, it's about being confident of the ongoing cost associated to that park and the burden that has on our community. And noting that we're a new council and we need to have ownership of the plans that we put in place and be very clear about what we do wish to do and what we don't want to do there. And I think there's already been a lot of information that's already been gathered about District Park that is still useful as well to help inform what we do there. So not all is lost. It is simply about us being confident and being able to propose to our community what we can put there and what we can't. So happy to keep carrying on. Denise.
I was going to say we sort of lost track of the whole saving money and cutting rates thing. It's 28.5 million, I've just read, for the first stage only of this district park. So I think there's space in there to save some money. I was happy to hear that the park is not just about sport. We have a lot of residents who want green space and who do not play rugby and football. And we have a lot of older residents who are very keen on the Broadfield Gardens, and I think that would fit really well without prejudging anything. It fits really well into that plan and could help to reduce some costs. And it's good to hear that arts are classed as recreation. Thank you.
Great. Sarah.
I guess there's the adage that it's a bit of a danger to try to be all things to all people, but I think that is exactly what we want to try and achieve with this district park, and to try and satisfy as many people within our district as we can. And maybe that's the challenge. Now some of the outlying areas don't feel that this is a proposition for them. Well, actually, how can we make it as relevant for somebody who lives in the outlying areas of Melbourne or Southbridge? I know that for us as a family, we use Hagley Park all the time, even though it's not within our district. So I guess there's a real opportunity here, and we just need to ensure that our scope is kept wide.
Great. Elizabeth?
There's a part of me that wants to just put it on the table to refer it to the LTP, do all of the work now so that the community can see with the scope and the direction that we're going. Because if we leave this as an accept, then we are agreeing to phase the delivery and continue on with the previous council's decision to put the district plan in. And I'm just not 100% confident yet until we've seen everything, but I love the area that you guys are taking this, where you're going to do a huge body of work and you're going to fit it alongside all of our other areas and spaces in the district, and what's the sporting outcomes in the areas that we need. That needs to happen along with the town plan. I'm guessing that the amount of work to be done will probably not come to us until the same time as the LTP anyway. Is that correct?
So we're in deliberation phase, but look, I think just being clear that this will actually be part of the LTP. So what we're looking to do is try and scope this, put a terms of reference around it, do some work, and then it'll be part of our LTP consultation of this is the work that we've done.
Okay.
This is the phasing of this. Are we happy to proceed, or does this look slightly different? So it's definitely on the table for
Okay.
our LTP.
Thank you. That
But
gives me
we
some
need to do the
certainty.
work
before
LTP.
Yeah, but I definitely like the direction of travel, because this is going away from that knee-jerk, we want something, to the thorough business case of what do we need where in the long term. Guarantee that we're building right thing, right place for the right costing. So thank you.
Aaron.
I campaigned on this sort of idea and asked the question, do we need a $25 million park? I think we do need a district park, but what my thinking during the campaign was that we actually need to take a bigger picture look and get a more cost-effective delivery of that. And I think this process has elicited a whole lot of great ideas from our communities, including some commercial opportunities which fit within the remit of this review. So I think it's a really positive place to be. I think that we can get a really good outcome for the community, both in terms of how much it impacts the costs for the district, but also what it delivers in terms of sport, in terms of art, in terms of passive or more casual recreation, in terms of gardens and stuff. So I really like the place that we've got ourselves to, and I'm quite excited about the next 6 to 12 months.
And then Big Red.
Thanks, John, for moving this, and thanks, Aaron, for backing it. And thanks for everyone's concerns around the table, but probably more so with Aaron's, Denise's concerns over the money and that we're going to inject into it. With the trade-off of Broadfields Gardens, just wondering if we could do like a land swap of 4 hectares for 4 hectares outside the 50 dBA and get some development going on.
I don't know if that's entirely part of the scope of this. Thanks, though. Look, the resolutions are on the table. There's move a second. I'll just put it to the vote now. So all those in favour of resolutions 6.1A and B, hands up. Call it carried. Thanks, team. Look, I think there's probably a natural break in this, and so we will take a 30-minute break here. And I will actually just flag with you, looking at timing and how much we get through, there could be the potential for something, or to adjourn this to carry it over until tomorrow at this stage. But anyway, we'll see how we go. I just wanted to flag that with you now, but we'll talk to you over your break. Thanks, team. See you back at 1:15. First topic up, back from break, is capital program. In Diligent, you will be on page 73. And speaking to this, we have Tim Mason and Keith Beale. So, look, guys, I'm happy to hand over to you. I know that there is a fair amount in this. I think, yeah, if we start working our way through, and you can talk to the staff advice that goes alongside this.
Great, thanks
Tim.
Lydia. So look, I'll start by speaking to the capital program. The staff submission is looking to defer some projects and look at rephasing. The intention is to still retain a focus on core infrastructure. We note that it's generally the rephasing and pushing out of projects is supported in the submissions. But we also acknowledge that there is some concern even from submitters who support the rephasing, particularly around possible cost escalation in doing so. We're pretty comfortable that's not the case in this situation. Keith spoke a little bit earlier around the opportunity that this presents, particularly around planning. It does give us an opportunity to really focus on design, consenting, land purchase, and certainly in the case of District Park and Whātaro, there's additional discussion to be had. So there's a real benefit here in regard to our planning. There's also a secondary opportunity here, and we've spoken about this before, and it's around right-sizing the capital program. So it's really important that the program that we're proposing, we're confident that we can deliver on that. We haven't necessarily in the past. So we want to make sure that the program that we're putting in place is achievable, and that we're meeting the expectations and commitments that we're making to the community. So that's kind of high level 3.1. Have I missed anything there, Keith, you want to point out?
Look, I completely concur with Tim. I think the key thing here is that what we're looking at is a rephasing so that we actually match the funding that we're requesting to the stage of a project life cycle. Because if we rate for a significant amount of borrowing that we don't then realise, that's a disadvantage to council. So being able to identify where we're at any particular point in time and make sure we've got the right level of funding is a priority. There are some secondary advantages of planning. One of the other things about delivering a large portfolio of projects, and we're talking of 200 plus projects, is we need to be able to smooth the demand on the teams in order to make sure that we get the best optimal utilisation of the teams, rather than try and bunch a whole bunch of work together and then find that we need to bring in contract labour to plug the gap. So there are many reasons for doing this, but we heard what the community had to say, and the priority goes to those core infrastructure projects, which will include things such as roading and the stormwater and wastewater piece. But we also hear the community talking about their concerns about safety, particularly road safety. So the focus will remain on all of those. But this is nothing more than trying to match the phase of the project to the funding that we require to be efficient about the use of borrowing and funds.
Thank you. Councillors, this is an opportunity to ask questions of Keith and Tim for the capital program. And so first up asking questions is Elizabeth.
Thank you. This is exciting work. Would like to ask the question to seek some clarification around what you mean by deferring to the long-term plan the comprehensive review of the district stormwater management for the whole district, which was also including the L2. So deferring It's the last one. So deferring the comprehensive review of the district stormwater management to the long-term plan for the whole district.
Yeah, so in terms of stormwater master plan work, that's currently underway and that will be brought through to the long-term plan. So the work we're doing now will be presented as part of the long-term deliberations, and then the works and upgrades that identify the long-term plan, the master plans will be then programmed out over that first 10 years and then further into the 30-year infrastructure strategy. So the master plans are currently underway. They'll be presented as part of the long-term plan deliberations.
Okay. Is that in any way going to slow down any requirement to do anything on the stormwater network between now and then that's identified or comes up as identified over the next little while?
No, so there remains budgets in this annual plan for next year for stormwater improvement. So as we work through those master plans, we're prioritising those works and funding those key infrastructure improvements for next year. But then the larger projects will be programmed out over the long-term plan.
Sorry, Murray, I didn't quite understand. I'm talking about the effective immediately. Does this deferring to the long-term plan impact at all on some of the work that needs to occur now? Were you saying it's not going to have any impact, so this is just part and parcel of getting the
It
wider view?
doesn't, Elizabeth. So the work that we've been talking about, particularly over the last few days, maintenance, essential maintenance to the L2 will continue, and a lot of that sits in Gareth's maintenance budget, so that will continue. This doesn't impact that.
And second to that is our budget fit for purpose currently, Gareth, right now, to do enough of the work to appease our concerns for land drainage?
Depends what you're talking about, Elizabeth. There's certainly sufficient budget, and we've been able to support all the work that we've been doing this year along the L2. Whether it's a district budget, so whether or not other works in other areas have fallen off, quite possibly, but there's been sufficient budget this year to do maintenance work. But if you're talking about any capital improvements and improvement work, that's what will come through Murray's programme in the long-term plan.
Is there a chance that we need to bring forward an opportunity to increase the budget for immediate works? Because you've just stated that there could be other things that have fallen off to the wayside because it's coming from the district budget. Is there a requirement for us to bring forward any additional funds to ensure that we can address those if they arise?
That would have to be a case that we would have to bring before council on a case-by-case basis for supplementary funding or additional funding if those issues arose. But the scope and breadth of that work across the whole district hasn't occurred yet because of the focus and the attention that's been on the L2 over the last few months.
Sarah.
Thank you. Just a question on the rephasing of capital works program. Does this present any risk in terms of our preferred level of service or provision for facilities for our ratepayers at this point in time?
The current rephasing plan and the draft budget that we put together with finance for the annual plan is based on trying to maintain level of service, so that's a key criteria. In terms of prioritisation, it's not just about maintaining that level of service, it's also about trying to make sure that where we've got greatest risk to cost exposure, we're not taking that on. So much of this is about looking at what we can do to enhance the quality of delivery through better planning. But where we've got other constraints on us, including things like co-funding from NZTA, we're making sure that none of that is impacted by any rephasing in the project. So maintaining a level of service, maintaining third-party support financially, maintaining prioritisation around core services and health and safety are the key things that have driven the rephasing where we can. There are certain variables that we would like to have looked at, but we can't because there are other external factors that dictate they have to be a priority in the next financial year. So.
And so the likes of, fast track approvals, etc., do they present a risk to this plan?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
John.
Yep. No, look, thank you. Just a comment that it would be appreciated if where efficiencies and savings are made, if there could be a communication back to the community on those.
Thanks, John. I think that's part of our finance and performance where we will have a lot of that in that reporting, which is that really positive step forward that we're making in that space. Sophie.
Yeah, quick question before I start. Are we just doing 3.1?
No.
Or are we going through the whole...
You are capital program.
We can take them all together if you like. So.
Okay.
I note that at the end there's 3.20 and 3.21, which sits with Denise and James. So I'll do those ones separately so that Denise and James can talk to those.
Okay, so I apologise in
rest
advance
was,
because my list of questions is now extended considerably. Nah, not that bad. I guess that firstly with 3.1, just to one of the points that Sarah made, would it be of any use to add a 3.1D noting that unanticipated developments do threaten the viability of our stormwater assessment and land drainage, just because just wondering whether that's a stick that we'd like to put in the sand, because we're getting quite a lot of fast track type stuff coming through. We know that there's developments and it has been a struggle to get them to recognise that, even if it's just words in a page on an annual plan.
Sophie, that said notes that unintended development affects our stormwater.
Yeah, unplanned, unanticipated, whatever the best phrasing would be. Yeah. Okay, so just I'm pretty sure I remember rightly, for 3.4, when it mentions about Perryman's Road, that was actually NZTA that closed off that road, not us, because we were warned when we resurfaced it that that would probably be the consequence, and surprise, surprise, that was indeed the consequence.
Yes and no. Yes, it's NZT. That was an outcome of the NZTA road safety approach to the state highway. That if we sealed Perryman's Road all those years ago, we changed the traffic dynamic, and we'd have to close it off at the state highway.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So that's quite difficult to review, but I get that it's worth having in there as something to review. On 3.6 for the Castle Hill solar project, there were a couple of submitters who mentioned that we may have received funding to advance that. Is that the case?
I'll take this one. There is an offer of funding, but the offer of funding is for the provision of the panels themselves. There is a challenge that we face, which is all around the installation of those panels, where they will go, what level of works might be necessary for preparing to take those panels. So if we put them on the roof of a building, will we need some strengthening work on the building to do that? So this is one of those ones where planning's sort of important, because sometimes free money is not free money. And so really what we need to be able to do is to come back to council with a view of what the costs will be to be able to act to the offer of that grant money in this current time frame. We would love to be able to do it. I think there's no doubt whatsoever that that's the case, but we don't want to commit the council to unbridled costs in accepting something of that nature. So
That's cool. Is there an expiry date on the offer?
So currently we understand that an extension could be granted until March of next year. I would suggest that we would probably want to have a conversation about taking that a little bit further if possible.
Yeah, that sounds sensible. Okay. On 3.12, noting Arthur's Pass Association regarding the toilets there, I get that there are aspects of that submission that are definitely worth taking through to LTP, but on the other hand, we have an entire summer season that's between now and the LTP, and it would be really helpful even just to have a report back on anything about why Kiwi Rail and DOC aren't coming to the party between now and then, because otherwise chances are we're going to be the ones cleaning up the mess, literally.
Look, totally concur. I think if we are to make a change to our overall delivery model, that would be an LTP decision or discussion. I think that the conversations between ourselves, DOC, and Kiwi Rail should happen now to try and understand what potential capacity increases could be achieved. We heard some good suggestions from some of the submitters around local community support for Kiwi Rail. If we can facilitate those conversations and achieve a better outcome whilst we look at the longer term solution in the LTP, that would be a good outcome.
Cool, okay. And last one from me is at 3.18, we've got the Darfield School submission regarding a joint sports facility. There was at LTP also something that was going to get progressed through the, thank you Denise Kidd, that is, for this earlier. There was a proposal that we have a community facilities assessment process to look at those sorts of things, and there was one that came from Rolleston College jointly with the arts community locally around building some sort of jointly owned arts facility on their second campus. And I don't know where that got there, but I have since that, as far as I was aware, that was already in theory being considered at some point. That would be really good to know where that sits by the time we get to LTP as well, because the more things we can co-fund with a primary user, the better. But yeah, thanks.
Denise.
Oh, thank you. 3.2 with the 5,000 for the security cameras. Can you talk more to that? Because I wasn't sure what the plan is around cameras.
So we had a submission, I think a well-articulated submission around the addition of security cameras for remote monitoring of the facility. For me, this comes under the sort of asset protection, crime prevention side of things. So for what is a modest sum of money to provide additional security for a facility rather than have to clean up a mess later on seems like a sensible and a pragmatic solution to the issue.
So it's an SDC facility, but the community patrol are asking for the cameras?
Yes, so it's for Darfield Recreation Centre. Melbourne Community Patrol are asking for us to put cameras up there, and I think they've been asking for that for about 4 years, as far as I'm aware of. And we had implications with security camera policies and whatnot, but I believe that we're in a better position now to consider their request.
Okay. Do they still have that need? Obviously, after 4 or 5 years, they're still having the same problems.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. The school field, 3.8, the extension of Moore Street. Is there any more history to that situation, or like it sounded like it's just going ahead, or? What's happening with that?
No, look, the Moore Street one has been around for about a decade.
Okay.
So Moore Street extension was something that was envisaged as part of a master plan for the town centre. I think as we've spoken on a couple of occasions today, time moves on and considerations need to be revisited.
Okay.
So at this moment in time, if we wish to continue with the Moore Street extension, there would need to be conversations with Ministry of Education and with the school itself. So the small sum of money that's identified in the capital budget was simply there in case there was a consultation process that needed to take place. we do not have any immediate plans for the Moore Street extension.
Okay, that's lovely. And 3.11, Evan's submission. He had an alternative plan. Have we looked at his alternative idea?
So, as part of the plan to replace the bridge, we will always look at alternatives.
Okay.
And the submission that was made was about improvement of a road.
Yeah.
One of the challenges that we have is that the funding that we're currently getting from NZTA is part of a funding pool which is dedicated for the replacement of end-of-life bridges, and therefore we are seen as a priority. If we move away to what they would consider to be a more general roading solution, then we would be in the queue with everybody else for funding, and the chances of us securing that, there is a risk to that. We have to, as part of the case with NZTA, provide evidence of all the options that we've looked at, or else they will not provide us with funding.
Cool. That explains that. That's lovely. Thank you.
Aaron.
Just going back to the Melbourne camera submission, it says we will grant them $5,000. Could we tweak the words to up to $5,000? Because I note in their submission it says it will cost less than $5,000. So we shouldn't just say, here's $5,000.
I think, well, Aaron, the resolution is we're allocating funding for it. I'm not anticipating that we are giving $5,000 to Melbourne Community Patrol. We are setting aside budget with a top budget line for us to undertake that body of work. Yeah. Budget is budget, not a target.
Where have I heard that before?
Yeah. Sam.
Awesome, thank you. Where are we at regarding communication with Prebbleton Community Association and the elusive community hall?
So, Sam, I think this is next financial year has budget associated for us to start undertaking planning and engagement with Prebbleton Community Association and community around scoping.
What they want.
What does this look like?
Mm.
Yeah.
So we haven't done any work really in that space as to date. Wow. Okay.
Not formally, but the budget associated to that also has budget associated for some land acquisition if needed.
Well, it'd be good to be able to put it somewhere. Yeah, nice to design it. Yeah. No, that would do me. Oh, sorry. Whereabouts is the Ellesmere Archery currently?
It's outside.
It's outside.
It's an outside archery. They want to go inside.
We'll call up James.
Yeah, they have two locations. So they're doing indoor archery at Southbridge. There's a building right next to, or quite close to the rugby club there, which Selwyn District Council owns. And they're doing it at Osborne Park, the outdoor archery.
Cool. Thank you.
Tracy.
Hey, Keith, I just want to trot us back to Whitecliff's Bridge for a sec. Finger in the air. Is the cost of Evan's proposal cheaper than the Whitecliff proposal? And I just ask because if we're getting 50% funding to do from NZTA to do Whitecliff's, but our 50% would pay for what Evan's suggesting, then isn't the question which is the better access? Not just NZTA is. Do you see where I'm going? Thank you. It's good that someone.
Yeah, look, I think what we have to look at is whether or not they're like-for-like replacements and what other benefits flow.
Yep.
So as part of the bridge, there's also a pedestrian pathway that's being there that wouldn't be provided if we went purely with the roading solution. we have to look at the whole of life cost side of things as well, in how many times would we end up resurfacing the road versus the cost of repairing the bridge. So ultimately we look at it from an economic benefit rather than just a pure capital sum.
Perfect. Thank you.
I think if I can touch on this, this is well wanted by the White Cliffs community and have been waiting a number of years for this. And in my view of the local area, they're not necessarily like for like, because one's a gravel road and the other one is the township, and making sure that we have access for our residents on the other side of the river is really important. Elizabeth.
So if we come back to 3.10, so we talked before about the budget for specific desilting, 400,000. We've just done some desilting. Is that the budget that we're referring to? Is the last
this financial year? Financial.
Yep, righto.
Budget.
Okay, is that we're happy with that figure based on the current work to date costs? Because I mean, do we have a bit of an understanding of what, with the increased costs of fuel and everything, what the costs are likely to continue on with the desalting program?
To answer that question, no, we don't, because they're still out there doing those pockets of work, and that's not all concluded. I believe what this is referring to here in terms of the budget, this is the reserve fund that the L2 committee hold back in account, which one of the tags on that reserve fund was to desilt the river, which is why it's been held back. The work that's going on at the moment is a very targeted location of sediment removal to remove an obstruction from the river. It's not a desilting program currently, but it will help us inform the desilt consent.
Great, thank you. 3.3, 3.13, Leaston, my favourite place. Discussing around the facilities and the projects. There's quite a lot in that. There is a very mixed conversation in the community, but ultimately the community are very keen, and as you've seen raised by multiple submitters, very keen to explore various opportunities of where we place things, and that would fit nicely into our town plans, those conversations. Can you give me some indication of how we will be going back to the community and involving them in the town planning and having those wider conversations, please?
So I think with specifically with Whātaro, because we had two submitters who were questioning whether that was the right way forward or whether the repairs to the rugby club would be a better option. I think we have an advantage within council of knowing that we're already reviewing Whātaro to a point of which we are going to come back to council somewhere at the end of September, beginning of October, the aim before your recess, with a firmer idea of what the costs both of building and operating Whātaro will be, with a view that that becomes a gateway review point as to whether or not it proceeds into the LTP for a wider discussion or whether we continue as per the previous LTP. So I think that provides us with the perfect opportunity for any further communication.
Thank you.
Aaron.
I beg forgiveness for coming around a second time. My brain's not big enough to hold questions associated with 21 subtopics in at once. 3.17, Padel services. The recommendation in the summary table that we're going through just says consider it as part of the district park and refer it to the LTP, which is fine to an extent, but the paper that goes alongside it talks about an EOI process with the people who expressed interest, and I'd be keen to see that progressing rather than sitting on it for 12 months.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. There's two things here. We want to be able to look at the holistic view of all of the interests that were shown in terms of sporting facilities. But one thing I'm aware of is that we had one submission from Padel or Paddle, whichever way we're going to pronounce it, that was actually them undertaking a degree of risk in terms of capital funding. I also listened to for want of a better word, the urgency with which the rate of the sport is growing, noting that they've just taken space in the old Court Theatre sheds in Addington. So it may well be that this particular submission requires a view from our commercial side as well to understand what the benefits would be, rather than just pushing everything into the long-term plan or the district park review. Nonetheless, I think it fits within the overarching description of we should be considering all sports equally or all arts equally. So that's, I suppose, we had to put it somewhere. This is where we put it, but I'm mindful of the conversation that was held during submissions.
Yeah, those two paddle, I gotta get it right, paddle submissions did seem interesting to explore, given they were offering to self-fund it to a greater extent. So I don't know whether you need to capture that there, or if it's sort of just implicit that'll happen.
Around an expression of interest?
Yeah.
I've noted it there, and we can work through that when we get there. Thanks, Aaron.
Sorry, second time.
You're all good. I note that it's a big block.
It follows what Aaron was saying about Paddle Service New Zealand Limited. There were two submitters, one of whom has subsequently sent through a reasonably comprehensive business plan. So if we could just note those two together, that would be great.
Sarah.
Just on 3.2, the South Melbourne Cricket Club, I guess similar to Aaron with Padel, is there any opportunity for us to start to progress that a little bit sooner if we can clarify the opportunity here for that cricket club?
I might throw that one in James's direction if I may.
James, while you're here, would you like to just speak to the two that are on your list, which is South Melbourne Cricket Club and Ellesmere Archery?
Yes, absolutely. So the South Melbourne Cricket Club submission was really good, well thought through. We probably need to step back and really look at the actual demand that's out there at the moment. That's going to be quite a costly project, and hundreds of thousands moving into millions of dollars to redo those fields. Right. So at the moment, the gut feel from our team was that there's probably not the demand out there to warrant rushing through that, and we should look at feeding this into the Spaces and Places plan, which I think is going to be updated in 2027 as well, leading to the LTP, and then take that on its merit as well. So a little bit like what Keith was referring to before, is we probably need to just take stock there and make sure we're not overstepping and over providing in that area. It's a great idea, but I think it's probably a little bit early to be doing that amount of work.
So there's no sort of lower cost option for this cricket club to kind of...
Potentially, but we haven't looked at that.
Right.
In the sort of 3 days we've had to turn it around. So I can't give you a costing on that at this time. Certainly cricket is under pressure in terms of delivering enough space, but we need to make sure it's in the right areas as well.
Okay, thank you.
In terms of archery, so we talked a little bit before about the facilities that Ellesmere Archery is currently housed at. So they'd have outdoor range at Osborne Park, an indoor facility, use of an indoor facility at Southbridge, which is not quite the right size for their requirements, but still able to be used on a rotation basis. There's a want for them to put an indoor archery range in at Osborne Park, which as an ask isn't necessarily a bad thing. However, it's been done in isolation from some of the other sports that are target sports that are also needing facility space. So I think, again, we need to probably take stock here and pause and figure out the best way forward. One of the key partners with Ellesmere Archery could be Leaston Smallbore, for example. They have not shown any interest in partnering with them at this stage, and so we're going to end up with this conversation maybe representing itself or repeating itself 12 or 10 or 13 times across the district, and we could end up duplicating facilities within quite close range of each other. So I think we will pull some of the planning we've done with Target Sports into the Spaces and Places plan as well for considerations in the LTP, but it would probably be, again, a little bit too early to give them a lease and progress the fundraising for that site at this time. They are really keen to get started, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's the correct move right now.
Sophie.
Apologies, just one extra wee comment regarding 3.8, the Moore Street extension. It was just so, because Keith mentioned that it was meant in the Rolleston Town Master Plan back in 2014 or whatever, but it's also been assessed as being part of the network improvements that were needed to help account for the flyover. So there's a whole range of projects, only 2 of which got funded, co-funding from NZTA, but that doesn't mean that the traffic impacts aren't also real. And yeah, that was just one of those that didn't quite make it through that part of the process. And that's not really a question to anybody, that's just an addition. So,
Elizabeth.
The South Melbourne Cricket Club, the pitch at Colgate Reserve, I remember talking to him about that, and he actually said that they would be putting the pitch in. So I'm guessing, given that there's a bunch of farmers out there, they're probably planning to rip up and re-sow the grounds as well. Is there a scope for conversation around that? And is it known to you that that's ever been effective, getting the farmers to redo the fields at a considerably less cost than your very large quote?
Yep, absolutely. We're happy to partner with community when it comes to this sort of thing. But again, we just don't not have a scope of works at the moment. We don't know how far this is going to go, how long it might take, and what level of works is going to be required. So we're going to need to step through that and come back as part of the LTP.
Okay. So there could be the opportunity then for that to come back to council sooner if they just say, just give us the land, I guess give us the use of the land and we'll do all the work. Then we wouldn't have to wait another year for it to come back to LTP, potentially.
Yep, potentially, as long as we are satisfied that there's a defined need out there, yes.
Brilliant. Around the Ellesmere Archery, I'm very sorry, but what's Leaston's small bore? What type of sport is that? Okay, so that's the wee rifle range on the back of the rugby club?
Correct.
The size of the current the current small ball range there, is that the same size as what is required for archery?
Similar. But yes, they could coexist in the same facility.
So they could actually coexist there. They could utilise that facility presently.
Yes, so there's some challenges with that facility. It needs some strengthening work done on it as well. So again, this is where there's a bit of complexity to this whole setup, where one move doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to solve about five other issues that come around that one move. So it just needs to be stepped back a little bit and take a look at the network and figure out which step you want to which steps you want to start working through.
They currently may need strengthening, but if the earthquake legislation amendment bill comes through in the near future, then they may not need strengthening.
Maybe. It's our building. I'm not sure of the status of that at the moment. We'll work through that as part of condition assessment through LTP and come back to you.
Okay. Has it been proposed to the archery group that they could utilise that particular site in the interim? And was there any interest in that?
Which particular site? Archery using the indoor.
Correct.
So the challenge there is that small ball could use the new archery range, but probably the opposite isn't true, just around the size and scale of the existing facility. So
it's a bit too small.
So there's been considerations about them co-locating, but it is sometimes challenging to get community groups to see eye to eye about who's going to bear the cost and move and all those sort of things.
Thank you.
Just following on from Elizabeth with Ellesmere, I think it's brilliant to actually see people like that actually taking the initiative to fund it. You know, put a funding scenario together themselves, almost a bit like the band with us providing the ground. And I don't know how you can give people priority, but it'd be good to push those guys along without favouritism, but actually going, hey, these guys have actually come to us with a plan where they've got skin in the game, as opposed to expecting council and the public to provide everything for nothing.
I totally agree.
Aaron.
3.15, Dave Page and Springs Road Safety. The suggestion is that staff meet with Dave to go through his plans. I'd suggest that maybe 1 or 2 councillors could be involved in that conversation as well.
I am heavily involved in that conversation. So we've been having regular meetings and catch-ups between myself and staff, but happy to bring in local councillors too. Yeah. Sam.
I'd be curious, maybe we can take this offline, but as to how you'd propose to have archery and small bore at the same place when there's lead contamination at one end of the building. So
that was in regards to the archery submission, where they decided where they wanted to co-locate the facility.
Okay.
So they go around and pick up all their filings and have assured us they're quite environmentally responsible. To get their licensing, they actually have to show and demonstrate a lot of that environmental sustainability piece.
I was just meaning the cohabitating with a...
Archery currently only operate 2 nights a week, so they're pretty light users of the facility. That may go up, of course, with the new facility, but there's over both those clubs, there's I think about 50 members, so we're not talking huge numbers of people.
Yeah, if we could have a chat after, that'd be awesome. Thank you.
Denise.
Oh, just with those facilities, because it is, I think someone else said, it's really great that they are wanting to put money in and build the buildings, etc. With the LTP, do they come back to the LTP with their plan then? And then they can get on. I just worry about like how long all this takes, because it's like years and years.
Yeah, totally. We can carry on working with them around exactly what they're planning and what they're doing.
Could they finalise a bit more so that when it comes to the LTP, we can say yes or no or whatever, and then they can get on with it?
Yeah, the other hurdle that I think would be useful for council to understand would be how much funding they think they need to provide in terms of getting this building up and running, the ongoing maintenance of it, and what happens if they dissolve. So there's actually quite a few things to work through, so we can give you guys assurance around the risks involved, but also supporting the club and making sure they give a really good definitive proposal forward.
But that could be done before the LTP.
Correct.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah. So the scoping and the work and all of the things have to happen before LTP, and so that's the review and the spaces and places, and that'll happen before that, so that we can actually inform activity management plans and set budgets. So there's a pretty big body of work. When we're saying refer something to the LTP, we've got to scope it all first before it gets there. So there's a fair bit to it when we are pushing towards that. Councillors, if there's no more questions, James?
Just maybe some rewording on the Padal area. So we have, the point was made that there's been a couple of submissions on Padal. There's also, I also have another expression of interest from a like-minded group to deliver that facility in as well. So hence the EOI process. So I'd be happy to write that in as a staff recommendation and get some views around the table on that, and we can start to progress that work as well before the LTP.
Yeah, I think I've noted that down on my list. Aaron had brought it up, and I think it would be great, considering we've got a couple of, well, as you say now, 3 organisations keen on that. I think the expression of interest is the best way to work through that. So we can add that to that resolution when we get there. Cool. There being no other questions? All right. Thanks, team. You may be excused. We get some nicer wording around this. Okay, team, we'll work our way through the resolutions that we have here. And so first one up is 3.1. Pardon? No, I'm putting 3.1 up to be moved. Yeah. So Sophie's happy to move. Oh, look, I am more than happy to do that if you guys are comfortable. If we can get them up on the screen, then we can actually just work through and make sure that we're comfortable with all of them, noting that we want to include an expression of interest for Padal. Okay, so there is the additional one there, which is 3.1D, that notes that unintended or unanticipated development affects the council's stormwater planning. So just an additional one to add in there. I think we're happy with 3.2. 3.3 is, pardon? So 3.3 is work that is underway, noting we have a report back to council in the latter part of the year. 3.4 is consideration for the LTP, so is 3.5, 3.6 and 3.7. 3.8 is a report back to council on proposed Moore Street extension, which I think will be helpful for us and for community. 3.9 is direct staff to provide council with an update on what schemes will progress and preparation for the LTP, L2 drainage, an important one that we heard from around future provision, and so it's great to see a budget sitting there associated for that. Whitecliffs Bridge, Arthur's Passes, LTP, but noting we've had discussion that we will find out what's going on in partnership there. Leasing facilities is LTP. 3.14 is direct staff to arrange a meeting with Prebbleton community and councillors to listen to community concerns and provide a report back. I just wonder with that one, is that going to inform our future planning with Prebbleton Community Association? Have we captured that enough in there that that's going to inform that process to continue on? Or are we looking for a decision report back to us?
Sorry. I think what we were trying to do here is understand the scope or the range of items that the community wants to talk to us about. We know some of them already. Some of them will be taken account of in our existing planning, but some things will be new. And those are the ones that we would like to report back as going into the LTP. So I think we have a piece of work to do, first of all, to make sure that we actually understand every item there, not just the ones that were submitted to on the day. And then we can come back with things that are outside our current planning.
Okay, cool. So that's scoping. Great. Tracy.
I think that for it to inform us, we need to have a good basis for the needs of the community as opposed to the wants. Sometimes those will cross over, sometimes they won't. But I think for that report to be of real value for us, we need to be really clear about how we assessed the need rather than asking people. Yep. And the second one is in that report that comes back, some real clarity around the targeted rates or whatever was being collected for all those years towards a community hall for them, where that situation is at. It would be good to have that in that report too, for clarity.
Okay. Noted. 3.15 is a continuation on from our current engagement. 3.16 is LTP. 3.17 is the one where we've got some additional changes here. So A looks like support in principle the development of new and emerging recreation opportunities such as paddle within the district, progress in expression of interest process to assess this and other similar proposals for recreation facility development on council land, require any proposal to be subject to appropriate feasibility assessment, site planning and other statutory and planning requirements, and D, receive further advice following the EOI process and assessment of options. So I think that's quite a pragmatic way forward to allow us to get on with planning and bringing some options back to us.
I'm happy with those words, but I would just hint to staff that that doesn't preclude them including consideration of paddle within their district park review, which was what the original notion was as well.
Yeah, I think it leaves it quite open. It's not determining where it is. It's an expression of interest, and the report will come back to us on options. 3.18 is to work with Darfield High School and MOE to investigate a joint sports facility, which I think is a pragmatic way forward.
I do. I've only one question, but this is all good, and I've stayed quiet for the whole time. It's just the proceeding directs. So this is at the risk of upsetting Evan through. The White Cliffs Bridge directs staff to proceed with the White Cliffs Bridge project in the annual plan. When you call that proceed, is that to actually undertake the costs infrastructure to deliver that without further review of the forward, etc., and cheaper plans, which was discussed here at this table? So that would be to just get underway.
Correct.
Okay, so that would be the only one that I would want to discuss or preclude from a bulk.
3.19 refers to the Squash Canterbury to consideration of LTP, so scoping work. Guys, I've got lights on here. I've got Elizabeth first.
Darfield High School. Was that not in the last LTP?
Yes, it was.
Yeah. So it would be worth that coming back to a briefing to us is where the direction was regarding the last LTP. From memory, there was something about the netball groups requesting indoor buildings. So I think we need to rehear from the wider community on that, because we've only heard one side this time around. Just so that we can put it into perspective of what their user groups were that would be looking to utilise this.
I might get James to talk to the approach here, because I think the approach here is that it's not necessarily just one user and the scoping of that project, but we had originally decided to defer this, but it's coming back onto the table, so I'll just hand to James.
Yeah, thank you. You're quite correct, Elizabeth. There was actually $733,000 in the year 3 of the LTP, so the next financial year, to start planning design work on a 2-court facility in Darfield that we've deferred. Darfield High School have obviously come in with a alternative option, which was going to be considered as part of that planning work as well, around co-location and co-funding. So I think we can carry on working towards that. Location will still come up as an issue. The state highway is going to be an issue no matter which side of you're on. You're either going to be cutting off sport facilities or cutting off schools. So the travel across that's going to be a key part of this project. One thing missing from the recommendation here, however, is that we actually will need some funding to make this work. We can't just go in. There's an enormous amount of work involved in planning a 2-court facility and getting some of that work. And I think on the staff recommendation report that corresponds with this, there's a reintroduction of $50,000 to start that work with the Ministry of Education, with the balance bid to be funded from Sport New Zealand and Sport Canterbury and any other partners that might be able to be brought to the table. So it's a small amount of money in comparison to what we started with, but it's going to be required to get this work up and moving.
Yeah, I note that in the noted that in the staff report too.
So does this not mean we need an amendment in here for the $50,000 for you to spend? So that should be put on 318 then. Oh well, shall I propose? Is now the right time to propose an amendment? Somebody already moved this, haven't they?
Yeah, and I guess this is the pain with taking a bulk movement, because I've had a mover and a seconder take everything in bulk.
But can I do an amendment to a bulk mover?
If the mover and seconder agree to it,
So that amendment is just to grant the $50,000 required to progress with,
Yeah.
for the work to be done.
Okay. Is Sophie and Tracy, are you okay?
I mean, I'd rather it was 5,000, just saying. Sorry? I've got a couple of questions about the $50,000. Me too. Yeah, sure.
Okay, cool. Sophie, I've got you up first.
Yeah, I mean, it was more just to clarify where the already existing request for a joint arts facility is sitting. Like, is there any funding for it? Did it ever progress beyond anything? I mean, I know they didn't come to this annual plan with that, but they came to the LTP and they were told that we would start looking at that ahead of the next LTP. And if it's not allocated there, I'm worried that that's just going to get swept under, and then we're funding sports again and not arts.
Look, I'll be honest with you, I don't know where that sits right now, and it might be something that needs to come back. So I'll probably note it for the end of today's session, if you've got that on your list.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I guess in terms of some funding for progressing this one for the Malvern Sports Facility, I think it's probably worth funding something, but perhaps if we stick an up to 50 and then get a better idea of what's needed, I would be happy with that.
Tracy.
Some of this may be clarification, and John, you might be able to help me. My understanding is that it's been deferred because it's expensive, but we will consider it if the Ministry of Education wants to come and play and possibly fund half of it. Does it cost $50,000 to find out if the Ministry of Education is interested in playing? That's my question. I'm just worried that we're going to start to go down a planning process in greater detail before we actually ascertain the realisticness. Is it realistic for the MOE to come along? Otherwise we throw $50,000 away, and Ministry of Education says, what they say quite a lot is, we're really interested in this project and we'll support you, but what we're trying to do here, if my understanding is correct, is to get a 50-50 partner in the cost of it, of building the thing, and if they are not a genuine candidate to be that partner, then we don't. So isn't that just discussions? I may be being naive, but to me that's discussions. That's not $50,000. But I am open to clarification on.
Yeah, my question, well, it's not a question, flows on. I said that if we allocate $50,000, can we have it staged such that a very early step is to approach MOE and see if it's got any traction, and if not, they've got to come back to us, and then we can decide the next steps. Because, like Tracy says, getting on the phone and having a meeting with people is not going to cost you 50 grand, and we don't want to progress too far only to find actually no, they were just tricking, they were not really interested.
I think sorry,
I can just confirm that those conversations have happened on multiple occasions, but there is a bit of a chicken egg situation going on here. So we're happy for if the direction is council take a back seat and wait for MOE to act first.
No, it's not.
That's fine, but we are sort of starting to get in this who's keen to start to progress it. So, yeah.
I'm not suggesting that we sit on our hands and wait, but proactively we approach the ministry and say, here's the proposal, is this a realistic thing that you can engage with us on, that you would be prepared to look at a case to, or making a case to 50% co-fund?
Yep.
And if they say yes, then that's just next stage can progress. If they say no, look, it's a great idea, but budgets are so tight we couldn't look at that for 3 years, then that's a completely different conversation.
Sure.
Yeah. I think the direction we can take out of this is that if council give us the direction to allocate the funding on this, we will put some of those checks and balances before we actually start expending money, and we'll come back to you once we've got a commitment or not, and then we can go informed into what expenditure looks like, what the scope of that is, and therefore what the cost is. I guess it's just getting that budget provision to start. and we'll come back with, before we actually expend it, we'll come back and let you know how it's gone, if you're comfortable with that.
I just wanted to note one thing. When he came in, he did speak to his existing sports hall. I think in terms of the cost efficiencies, we're trying to ask of the rest of our community to actually say also at the same stage, what is your existing hall cost for an upgrade, and is there a conversation around that? Because if we're going to be able to potentially partner with other community groups, then we could potentially look at doing the same for an existing building. I think we need to be really creative in today's economy.
Yeah, cool. Noted.
Sam.
Reinforcing what Tracy and Aaron have said, conversation doesn't cost 50k. When you look at some of the prioritisations and some of the savings that we're making, we're cutting grants because they're around that tune. I'd sort of rough when we can just, dare I say, fickily throw 50 grand towards a conversation. I'd really like to see that be a bit more practical, and it shouldn't take that much. If there was elements of doing conceptual plans and spatial layouts and a community consultation out in Melbourne to see what they want, then I could start to justify, but no, I don't support the figure of 50.
James.
Yeah, I totally hear the sentiment around the room. There has been quite a lot of community consultation around this project. It was in the last long-term plan, and it received pretty strong support, high 60s in terms of percentage, to do either 1 or 2 indoor courts. So some of that consultation has already happened, and I think this is probably the next step of that. But look, I'm hearing the room in terms of step through this a bit more slowly and don't get to the concept design stage and feasibility stage before having the conversation. That wouldn't obviously happen. That was going to just be part of the bucket that, as things progress through, would come back with, here's the feasibility of how this would happen. What are the access requirements? How is this going to, how are we actually going to get access to this building in theory if that was to occur? So yeah, I totally hear you. And if you're happy with Steve's point about we'll step through this piece by piece and keep council really informed along the way, I'm happy with that.
Just moving on, Squash Canterbury was refer to the LTP. South Melbourne Cricket Club was to refer this item for consideration to the LTP. I note that we've had discussion and just reiterating it's not stopping the conversations happening in the next financial year to partner and what that looks like, and if there are alternatives, I think they will come back to us here to consider, yes. Apologies. Yeah, can we just add in there with a $50,000 budget, noting that that is up to, and the checkpoints that we have talked about. It's in the staff report. But if we get to the point where we need to undertake concept design for this to actually have costings for it to be in the LTP.
Steve, could you just
there is a provisional sum.
There's no resource currently exists internally for us to do any of the planning work or any of the other work associated with this project. So I'm not a recreation planner. A recreation facilities planner doesn't exist in Selwyn District Council. So any planning work that is associated with this would have to be external.
Could we just keep typing on that line, Steve? Approved a $50,000 budget once MOE have agreed.
Upon confirmation of partnership.
Couple.
Yes, briefly, I just feel more comfortable about having the discussion and then come back here and tell us what the discussion is, and we can go to the next step.
Cool, so that puts a checkpoint in for us on this, saying that there has to be a checkpoint, come to us. Yeah. But we need to keep provisional sum in the budget in case you do want to proceed. So South Melbourne Cricket was to refer to the LTP, and then Ellesmere Archery was to not approve a new or updated lease and refer to LTP. So I think what James is saying to us is there needs to be a little bit more work done there before we confirm. Councillors, because there is a mover and a seconder, there was a couple of amendments. Are you both comfortable with the amendments that have gone into the bulk resolutions? Yep. Cool. Yeah.
Can either of the movers or seconders with confidence tell me what that budget was for the White Cliffs Bridge?
I think it's around, actually bear with. It's $3.5 million, co-funded.
You're only $1 million out. Okay, thank you.
Lydia, Reece, if it helps, we're still working through the budget for White Cliffs Bridge, but we do have it on the agenda for our portfolio meeting tomorrow to speak to this in a bit more depth, quite a bit more depth, actually.
Thank you, Tim. I'll be there to attend.
I'm looking forward to it.
Okay, councillors, there's a mover and a seconder. I know there's been lots of discussion and lots of questions in between working through these. Does anyone actually want to speak to these, or are you comfortable that you've had opportunity to speak to and to question? Everyone is comfortable? Right. We will put that to the vote then. So all those in favour of bulk resolutions from 3.1 right through to 3.21, please raise your hand. Any against? Call it carried. Thanks, team. Moving on, we have topic 4, which is grant funding. Great, so I'll invite, we've got Denise here, and Denise, you, Stephanie joining you as well.
Councillors, in terms of the community grant funding, the staff recommendation is that council will agree to reduce the funding of the community grants to the value of $262,536. In recognition of the submitter feedback, staff have tried to make some nuanced changes, but within the envelope of the changes proposed. So we didn't go outside the proposed amount of money, and also in doing that, staff have also ensured that there is some funds remaining in every grant, which was the intention with the within the annual plan process and some of the associated communications and commitments.
Cool. Councillors, this is an opportunity to ask questions of Denise and Stephanie, and then we will work through the resolutions there. So are there any questions? First up, I've got Sam.
Afternoon. How many people actually said that they wanted predator-free left alone?
The analysis report doesn't include the specific numbers for each of those. It's just an overall analysis.
Okay.
Thanks, Sam. Elizabeth.
Thanks. I got a little bit nervous when I saw Lincoln Town Centre getting 100,000, so thank goodness we've had that explained. The Strategic Partnership Fund, you've dropped to half. Is that based on the take for the previous year to date? Confirms a 3.5 reduction, so... Oh no, sorry, you've dropped it to 0.
So the Strategic Partnership Fund is decided via the long-term plan. So there is strategic partners in place, but they're diminishing each year. So the 35,000 proposed savings is not allocated at this stage for the 26-27 year.
Okay, because obviously we had Lincoln Envirotown come and speak to us. They won't be out of pocket between now and the next LTP that we've...
No, so they've got a agreement in place for 3 years, and so 26-27 will be the final year of those 3-year agreements.
Yep. Two things that came up quite a bit was Tertiary Scholarships Fund. There was a huge amount of support for keeping that. That's one of my favourite funds, and we've reduced that reasonably substantially. What are we going to be? Are we just giving to less people, or the same amount to less people, or are we halving what we're giving to people?
So there would be 2 options for council to decide on. So could keep the 12 scholarships but remove the amount, reduce the amount, sorry. So it would be $2,000 per scholarship instead of $3,000. The second option could be to remove the district-wide and go back to the 2 scholarships per secondary school, so 8 scholarships, still at $3,000. So that is something that council could decide on 2 different options if there's a reduction there.
Yep. So having in the past had the chance to give the tertiary scholarships away, it was absolutely fantastic having the option of giving 2 at each school. And we would often, Shane and I would decide to give 1 to a boy and 1 to a girl. No, I don't want to be sexist here, but that was really good because there was a lot of girls getting scholarship awards in the prize givings and not a lot of boys usually. So the one thing that we also heard about so that was backed up in the annual plan submissions, but also to get rid of the Mayor and Councillors Fund, and I fully support that. We're talking about having a reduction.
Do you want to do questions so we can get through
Sorry,
questions?
as a question, so the question is, could we potentially get rid of the Mayor and Councillors Fund and put that money back into the Tertiary Scholarships Fund?
As I understand it, we can't reduce any fund to 0 during the annual plan process, but that could be during the long-term plan process. So we do need to keep some budget available.
So we
in that
could
fund.
we could shuffle those 2 figures today, and we could reduce the Mayor and Councillors Fund to $500 and put the remainder into the Tertiary Scholarships Fund.
Yes.
Thank you. That would be something that I would propose if, as an amendment, if there was support around the table.
Denise.
Oh, I think you just clarified it just for everyone, is that we can't reduce them down to nothing. And just for the so this is probably more for the long-term plan as well, because there's 3 sort of heritage-related ones. I think it would be good if we combined those and made it a bit simpler. But that's probably for the long-term plan as well. So, thank you.
Tracy.
Can you just confirm for me 4.8 individual and teams fund? What sort of teams and individuals predominantly apply?
At the moment, we've got quite a lot of applications from individuals and teams who are travelling overseas to represent in sports, but we are seeing more applications for hardship and that type of application coming through. So the assessment panel are currently looking at the priorities for that fund as well, so that's something they're working on.
Is it specifically a sport fund?
No, it's open to kind of any individual team. Could be travel, but it could be hardship as well. So
it could be ballet, or
Yes.
it could
Yes.
be...
And there have been.
Yes.
But it's predominantly sport, like more than 50%?
At the moment, it is, yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Sam?
Thank you. Of the 60, I mean, after we had the hearings, you would have thought that this probably percentage would be a little less, but with a lot of people defending community grants funding. But of the 69% that wanted a reduction in community grants, for the remainder, what was the most defended fund?
The submissions coming through were around environmental, so the natural environment predator free, and then there was some support as well for heritage and community history as well.
Awesome. I'm just making sure that I read it the same way everybody else did. Yeah, cool.
Sophie?
Yeah, thank you very much for the report. I mean, it's a complicated one because this is one of those ones where it's actually in the scheme of things, it's not a massive budget, frankly. And that includes if you compare it to our neighbours. So it's one that you get a lot of comments on, and in the summary that you've given us in the staff report, several of them say this is a fund that submitters identified as valuable. It's interesting that comment isn't down under scholarships, though, because there were a lot of people who mentioned that they found that valuable, and they gave some pretty good reasons. I mean, I get that there was a lot of people who also said just cut the grants. I guess I just wanted to highlight that that's not in the report, but it was identified as valuable by a lot of people. There was a question in there, and I've completely forgotten what it is, so I'm just going to turn my light off. Thank you.
Sarah?
What change was there, to the consulted budget after submissions overall?
So with the trend around the environmental funds, so the Natural Environment Fund was a change, and then the Mayor and Councillor's Discretionary Fund was a change.
Change up or down?
So decrease in savings. So the natural environment originally was 100,000, is now 86,500, and the Mayor and Councillor's Fund originally was a saving of 4,500 and is now a saving of 18,000.
Okay.
And the other funds, there was no change from the original proposal.
In terms of reducing the predator-free fund, who's that going to impact on? Which organisation?
So from memory, we had around 15 to 17 groups that were funded last financial year. So yeah, the fund's currently open for applications at the moment. So yeah, it will impact quite a few groups.
So that 50,000 was divided between those 15 to 17 groups?
Yes.
Thank you.
Great. Has anyone got any other questions for Denise or Stephanie? There being none. Thank you very much. Team, I just looking at this, so 4.1a, we can't actually accept that resolution until we have confirmed the others because it is a total amount. So I'm just going to park that to the side. And till we get a tally of savings, if everyone's comfortable with that. And actually, there are a couple of things that I would like to talk to within this. I would actually like to keep the Strategic Partnership Fund, and look, I'm open to the dollar amount associated to that. And I think that actually we should task the funding panel with coming back to us with some recommendations on who to fund from that for the last year of that funding. I think that it would make sense to try and divide that up to the organisations that we have in this community that need a little bit of a helping hand for what they're delivering in the community to make them successful. But to do that, I would need to make some savings elsewhere. and so I do have some proposed numbers to reduce, and that would effectively potentially come out of the Community History Fund, so to make that a budget for next year of $30,000, and the Heritage Protection Fund of $100,000, leaving $130,000 in total around heritage and history, but to allow for strategic partnership. But look, I just wanted to give you the heads up, because I think for these it's easier if we move through the funds and the lines that they are, to confirm the dollar amounts associated to that.
Can I speak to what you've proposed with the alternative option?
Yep, noting that we've got to get through some resolutions in here, but yeah.
So the history funds and the heritage protection funds, there's a huge market for that. Natural Environment Fund, we're actually not reaching our target budget at the moment, and there's an awful lot that we're evaluating, because we've got a lot of repeat customers. So I would suggest, instead of targeting the history areas, that we actually take some of the budget from the Natural Environment Fund. I think that wouldn't be missing to top up what you were suggesting.
And I guess this is the interesting part of the way we're going to work through this, because the Natural Environment Fund is already just about in half in funding. And I don't want to have a detrimental impact onto too much at this current state of where we are, noting that LTP, everything's on the table and we can assess everything. But my inkling is...
I do agree with keeping some money in the Strategic Partnership Fund. There, it says here a budget of zero, but we've got the strategic, can you remember what it's called, other fund?
The strategic Events Fund is entirely different to strategic partner, so they don't sit anywhere near each other, if that makes sense.
But they've just reassured us, and I think that was what Stephanie was saying, she reassured us that our current existing strategic partners are already fine for the rest of the year. So would we not just re-evaluate this in the LTP instead of needing to do that now? Do we need to keep it on the table so that we can evaluate it between now and then?
No,
because there's no new partnerships coming in until the LTP anyway.
Well, we can decide. We can decide
Now.
to allocate that.
Does it have to be
we
today?
No. So, as I said, I proposed that I would like to keep some money in the budget, but then direct the funding panel to bring back recommended partners to fund.
Okay.
Councillors, are you comfortable if I pull the decision around strategic partnership fund to the first one that we vote on?
Can I comment first, because I've got an idea to save some more money? Could feed into that.
Okay.
So I might sound like a Grinch in that I think we can go slightly harder on the scholarships. One, because they are a highly individual benefit, and it's not that I undervalue education. I 100% want to do everything to help people get educated, but if I recall correctly, a few years ago there were additional 4 scholarships sort of nominally targeted towards kids who went to school in Christchurch or homeschooled for various reasons, and that was fine at the time. But when we're looking to save money, I think we need to look a little bit closer to home, and I would propose that we reduce the 4 ex-Selwyn scholarships down to 1, which saves a further $6,000. There is good rationale for that as well, in the sense that there's about 5,000 students at schools based on the rolls in 2025, but actually only 1.3% of students are homeschooled. So if I use that as a proxy for how many also voluntarily, well, semi-voluntarily choose to go to another school not within Selwyn, we're only talking a couple hundred kids. So if they have access to 4 scholarships, whereas the 5,000 have access to those scholarships as well, The problem you were trying to solve by putting 4 extra scholarships in at that time when money may have been flush, but it's not now, is disproportionate to the people who will benefit.
I think, confirming, Aaron, there were 4 scholarships added, so you could return back to what was traditional practice, which was 2 per high school, and so that takes you to 8. I know that these are very valued by the students in our district, so that would, still get some other savings there as well.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with either one or all of those, whatever the group feels is appropriate to consider.
Okay.
And my suggestion, I hope, would help as well, was that that the Mayor and Councillors Fund drop to $500 and that the rest of that can go into the Strategic Partner Fund.
Well, look, it's a big, it is a big change, and I note that a lot of people do rely ad hoc sometimes on our discretionary funding for the likes of Dunsandle Primary School too.
Well, but again, Dunsandle Primary School and many others, and I have had a couple of requests, they are asking for us to give our discretionary fund because we overcharge for the hire of these halls. And so there's a part of me that goes, well, okay, we're just shifting the money around the organisation, but there's a root cause problem here. And I go, and also I think, is it appropriate for us to be choosing these people to give some money to and not those people to give some money to? Take it out of our hands, put it somewhere else and solve the core problem, which is seemingly that even our rec people, the fitness classes, we don't factor in the hire of the hall for them to do their fitness or their swimming in. So we're not doing it that way, but we are to the public. So I'm just kind of going, we're robbing Peter to pay Paul all the time. Why don't we just get rid of this and put it somewhere else and deal with the core problem?
Right.
Sorry about it.
Look, no, don't be sorry. To be honest, team, I think the best thing that we do is we actually work our way through these resolutions. I don't think that we can take these in a bulk movement. It's not going to get us a good solution. And so I think we actually just start to work our way through this. John, I know you've got your light on.
Yeah, just briefly, going back to the big picture and equity, it seems to me that maybe not to be addressed today, but to provide a 12-month reporting time frame, it's gone and dusted, it's forgotten, and how's that contributing to informed decision? Targeting, it just seems to me that it's ratepayers' money, it's coming out of people that are working hard, and it just seems that trying to make it a depersonalised sort of thing, that if I'm sending my son over to Rome to have a look at the various art galleries because he goes to Christ College, that it probably isn't a good use of funds. So I'd like to see greater community payback. So if somebody gets some money from the taxpayers, that they actually make some contribution. So if somebody's overseas to represent a sporting club, one, they've actually done some fundraising themselves and provided evidence of it. Two, that they're willing to do some coaching on a payback basis when they get back. And then the third point is, again, by partnering with, and I think it's implicit, but I'll just make it explicit briefly, by partnering with the community organisations, I think we've all got the message that we can get better value. It's just a matter of how we go about doing that. And I agree that we do need to make some savings now.
Cool.
Very brief.
Yeah.
I would just say that we have had all this information put in front of us. We have now had the Lincoln Town Centre dollar value, and I would want to keep that separate. We will go through this line item by the sound of it. And the strategic partnership has created a problem that we're now trying to solve through discussion. So I would suggest, exactly as you said, Madam Mayor, let's go through this line item by line item, and if it doesn't come back, all I would suggest is that we think that the strategic partnership may stay at zero. It does stay there, and take another point of that we could go back for that money at a different time if required, instead of having it in the pot for maybe required.
Sam.
Just wanting to remind people that the Community History Fund, Heritage Protection Fund, and Predator Free were probably the three most commonly mentioned, and we've just scrapped funding from two of them. Well, we're proposing to, so that's why I'm just wanting to remind everybody, we might have what we want, but what do they want? They sent it, and it's in here.
Cool. Look, I think that we work our way through the resolutions, and we'll see what tally we get to at the end. Cool. All right. First up, we have our Community History Fund, which is up there, and it is a proposed $35,000 budget for next year, so it's a reduction in $17,000. Look,
I move that we accept that.
so I have Reese and Elizabeth seconding that we accept the resolution as it is. It is 4.2, which is community history funding. So it's leaving, it's having the budget at $35,000. So it's a $17,000 budget reduction. First up, I got Sophie.
Yeah, I have strong feelings about community funding generally. This particular one, I get that it was underspent in the last year, and that was in spite of at least one councillor doing a lot of work trying to highlight its existence. However, we then still heard from some of our history groups that for some reason they didn't realise that it existed and that they needed to apply for it if they wanted to get some of that money. And while I understand that this proposed reduction is on the basis that it was underspent last year, and it's currently open for applications, I would hope that some of them took the message that if you don't use it, you're going to lose it. And on that basis, to be honest, I would prefer to leave that as it is right now. I will be voting against the motion because I would like to see if they step up and actually apply for it, because considering on the various visits that we've done, the largest number of groups that seem to come to us and say we would like some more funding to support us in our goals was community history groups. So we highlighted it. So I'm really hoping that they're applying, and I really, that's me just being me. Thank you.
Denise.
Yeah, I'd probably agree with Sophie. A lot of submissions talked about the community grants and the effect they have for those groups and for the volunteers who work within those groups. If I had my way, I'd probably say I did see quite a few people had put Meet Your Street Fund, maybe that could go, and also the Mayor and Councillors Fund, that could go, but keep the rest of them, obviously with some of the we've already put some stipulations around the individuals and teams fund as a panel, and keep the rest of them, because it's such small amounts compared to the big areas, which I'm still getting messages through even right now about all the big areas that are, and the areas that we can save money and not on community facing things, if that makes sense.
Aaron.
So I guess it's not so much a comment, it's a question, I guess, for Sophie and Denise. If the Community History Fund is quite valued, and we've heard that, but the pot for heritage/history is still the same size, is moving some from the Heritage Protection Fund across to the History Fund to rebalance things slightly. Is that an option that you think would be worth looking at?
Tim, I think, yeah, look, I've got a mover and a seconder on
I did say
on-
they should all go together, but I don't think we can do
on
that.
this. Well, actually, you know, and I will talk to this. If you add Community History Fund, Heritage Protection Fund, Heritage Consent Fund, you have $170,000 for history and heritage, which is. Well, we can't because they are. But this is a piece of work that will come back through the long-term plan, is actually assessing, and you can reassess and reset terms of reference and effectively start from scratch on what this looks like. So there's the avenue to be able to incorporate those together, look at the criteria and put that all together. And look, you know, I know it's hard because you're taking money from everywhere, but we've been asked to reduce our funds and our rates, and I recognise that there are concerns, and with this is effectively a bit of a trial. If it doesn't go well, we assess it at LTP and we change and adapt, but currently at the moment some of these funds aren't fully allocated. And so for me, it doesn't make sense to rate people for something that isn't fully allocated. That doesn't seem fair either. Reece, you want to use your
this is the
right of reply?
Reply before voting. Appreciate that everybody's got an emotional point to this, as we discussed earlier. These you can't take and put them together because you have to change the constitution, if that's the right word, for each of those in the background. So as they stand and as we go, appreciate people's opinions, but if we go, you can place your opinion by placing your vote.
All right. So I've got a mover and a seconder to confirm the budget next year for Community History Fund will be $35,000. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Against? Call it carried. Okay, next up is 4.3, which is Heritage Protection Fund. Currently it is proposed to retain a budget of $130,000 for the next financial year. Is there a mover for that? Tracy, and a seconder, Reece. Is there any discussion on that one? There being none, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour of retaining the $130,000 for Heritage Protection Fund, please raise your hand. And against? Call it carried. Next up is Meet Your Street Fund, which has a proposed budget of $5,000 for next financial year. Is there anyone wishing to move something there? Sam, so retain the $5,000 for that budget? Well, you can.
Could have made an amendment.
You can make these smaller or bigger. Absolutely.
Maybe 500.
Well, what is it? 100?
It's about $70 a street, is it? Stephanie, can you give us the price?
It's 100
100
per street at the moment. Yeah.
It's $100 per
it would,
event.
Yeah, in order to change the amount per street, would need to come back through the community funding assessment panel to approve that change.
We can do that, yeah. So if you make it 500, we can make it 50. A street. That gives you 10.
Why don't you, so I've got Sam as the proposer. Sorry, who was the seconder to that? It was John, which was $500.
Yep.
Sam is the mover. Do you want to talk to this? Elizabeth, can you pop your mic off so Sam can talk to it?
Yeah, overwhelmingly, I think it would be a great opportunity for people to use it, but overwhelmingly the responses and the submissions from our community were get rid of it altogether. So if we can't get rid of it altogether, well, then we'll leave 500 there, and I'd like to put a stipulation in there that you can only apply for it once. Once you've met your street, you met your street.
Oh, you're
If the
looking.
neighbour wants to meet the street, the neighbour can meet the street.
That's
The
part of
following
the.
year.
It's part of the criteria
All right, cool, cool,
associated
cool. I'm just
to
making
that.
sure that
Anyway,
Bob isn't having a knees up once a week. Cool.
no knees up here. Thanks, Sam. I've got Sarah.
I disagree with the motion. I definitely think we need to keep this one in there. I've seen the benefit of it myself. We've got so many new families coming into the district from outside, and for a lot of them this is a great opportunity to meet the people in their neighbourhoods at a time when communities are being pushed more further apart. It is something that allows communities to come together. So I disagree with removing it, well, effectively removing it if we take it to $500. I think $5,000 is still a reasonable amount in the grand scheme of things.
Thanks. Denise.
I agree with Sarah, and we actually used that fund in Liffey Springs, and that's how I met Tracy and Aaron through living there and Meet Your Street. Well, you were my neighbour anyway, so of course I met you. Yeah.
Thanks, Denise.
But it was really nice to bring everyone together.
Elizabeth.
It used to be, I think, only $50, didn't it, Stephanie? And
75.
no, back in my day when we used it, it was about $50.
It was 75.
But to be honest, it didn't actually matter how much it was, because I don't even know if anybody spent the money. Really, it was actually just about the idea of suggesting to your neighbours to have a potluck. So we all just brought food anyway, so nobody noticed the money. And so there wasn't really, the money was not a barrier to my street getting together at BYO.
You basically said what I was going to say, Elizabeth. It's about the people. They just needed the nudge. The money was nothing, so taking it away, just keep nudging them in other ways.
All right.
Sorry.
Tracy.
Ironically, Denise and I met because I organised a meet the street, but I didn't do it through council. I did it by popping things in letterboxes, and then everybody bought some food, and that's how we got to know each other. So yeah.
So you did a DIY Meet Your Street.
Yep.
Okay. Great. Let's put that one to the vote then. All those in favour of retaining $500 for the Meet Your Street fund, please raise your hand. Against? Call it carried. Natural Environment Fund is up next. Is there a mover for what is proposed, or anything additional or changed? The full. So, Reece, you're looking to move the 153,776. Is there a seconder for that? I'll go John. Discussion. Sophie.
This is a valuable fund that is generally over allocated. Last year, I can't remember quite why it wasn't, but normally there are a lot of different projects around the district that that apply to this and achieve some really good outcomes. And a good portion of that is because there is so little, there's this is such a heavily modified environment in Selwyn District that actually I think the natural environment needs all the good help it can get to try and get back to some of the original biodiversity and support the species. So yeah, I'm not going to be voting for this motion.
Thanks, Sophie. Elizabeth.
Well, being on the panel and seeing them come through, I would say the majority of what we're getting are repeat year on year, people coming back for very large sums for work predominantly on private land. And so, yes, there's some need for biodiversity, but and again, we are here to reflect the well-being of all the ratepayers. So I have no problem with reducing this budget.
Sarah.
I need to talk in favour of keeping it as high as possible, and if I'd prefer to keep to the original budget amount. Exactly, we sit here and we talk about how much of our land is being covered by hard standing concrete with every development that goes on, and I think the more that we can do to create green spaces, regardless of whether that is on private land, reserve land, whatever land, the better. So certainly support a larger budget, so I cannot vote for this.
Denise.
Yeah, this is a hard one. I support what Sophie and Sarah have said, but I do have questions about it because a lot of the money we do give to private landowners and not always covenanted land. So it's not protected. So I do worry that we're just giving money and then next year someone could come along and develop it and it's gone. Like when it's going to Kiri 2 covenanted land, that's really good. But yeah, just giving money to dairy farmers who probably have lots of money already. Oh, I said it. I don't know, I'm torn.
Well, I might speak to that because my experience with the Natural Environment Fund is actually it does go to landowners, but most of it is to restoration along waterways, rivers, and not necessarily just dairy farmers. I've been involved in some of the projects when I was councillor. Obviously, we've got a big area in Melbourne around some restoration, and I guess, this is probably one of the ones that pains me is to reduce this by so much. So it is particularly hard. Yeah. Sophie.
Apologies for coming back for another one. I guess speaking to what Denise just mentioned, a lot of that comes back down, for me at least, to the criteria, the eligibility criteria and the discretion of the panel. So the size of the fund, you still have the choice of whether to allocate it or not, depending on what the criteria are. So if somebody comes and says, I want to covenant this land for QE2, but I need to spend X number of thousands of dollars on fencing in order to qualify for this other grant, and then I'm putting this much in as well, can you help me make it so that we can actually circle the entire patch of land, which has been a previous application? Then that's fantastic because it's being covenanted. If somebody wants to plant natives up and down both sides of their driveway, that's a bit more decorative. You can say no. The panel has the choice to say no to that. It's how you apply it. The amount of money, year on year, it will vary who applies for what from any of these funds. But yeah, regeneration, restoration, and protection is. There's plenty that can be done better in this area, and it does cost a lot of money.
Tracy.
I remain optimistic that changes that we can make in this organisation over the next 12 months leading up to the LTP mean that some of these things may able to be reprioritised. So when I vote for these resolutions, it's on that basis that I remain hopeful that we can make efficiencies and make savings in the next 12 months that enable us and change our criteria and all of those things. But for now, I repeat what I said this morning. overwhelmingly we were told people wanted less than 4.9% rate increase. And we're deferring, we're cutting, we're doing all of that. But this is an area where I do see there is hope that there could be a comeback.
Aaron?
Yeah, it is difficult to cut all of these funds, and you look out the window in Rolleston, there is a dearth of tree cover, and that's reflective of the wider biodiversity picture in the district, unless you head up towards the high country. But like Tracy said, we've had the message, everybody's hurting, they need us to save money, we have to listen to them. Hopefully we will be able to find some savings and we can reconsider some of these funds. But there is a glimmer of hope for me as well. We've had really interesting proposals from the likes of Te Ara Kakariki for quite a substantial project. Now, if us tightening our belt in some areas, perhaps down the line through the long-term plan, enables us to really give a proper consideration to plans like that, ideas like that, then maybe that's the trade-off that's worth it, and I will have to vote for this.
Okay, there being no further discussion, there's a mover and seconder. Reece, do you want your right of reply, or you're good?
Yeah, I just want to clarify that as being part of the funding board myself, what I've seen that's come through, this is predominantly the private landowners, and of course they will be, because they are doing a lot of good work, and the criteria is scrutinised by the board quite rigorously for, we've been told, a lot longer than previous boards. I would suggest that, I'm supporting this because this number is sustainable based on what I have seen by being on that board.
Okay. I'm going to put this one to the vote. All those in favour of the budget being $153,776, please raise your hands. And against? Call it carried. Next one up is Strategic Partnership Fund. Currently, this is proposed to be a $0 budget, so to remove everything from this. If we could just carry on the list that we've got. I proposed to bring it to the front, but there was an appetite to do that. It was to work our way through. And so actually what I would like to propose, I know it has a $0 budget. I see that we've made $4,500 saving already, and there's potentially some other ones around tertiary scholarship funds. And I would like to propose a $20,000 budget as retained in Strategic Partnership Fund. But alongside that is an additional resolution that directs the funding panel to bring back recommended partners to fund. Sorry, Ian, that is on the fly. We might need to pop that in there. So it's just retaining a budget of $20,000. Yeah. Cool. And then the additional resolution to it is directs the funding panel to bring back recommended partners to fund for council approval. Directs the funding panel to bring back recommended partners to fund. I might need to put to council in there, sorry. So just at the end of back. So recommends the funding panel to bring back to council partners to fund. Okay. I'll let you work through that while we discuss it. Look, I'm happy to propose it, but it needs to be. Sophie was happy to second. Yep, I'll just let Ian do that while we talk about it and debate it. Yeah. Is there any discussion on this? Sam?
Are we talking council with a big C or council with a little c? Yeah.
It's us.
It's us, it's this room.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Yep.
so the funding panel can do some work and bring back recommended people or partners or organisations to fund out of that.
Cool. And I would assume that it would be on the premise that they're groups that do greater good. Yeah. Cool.
Brace.
I just would like to understand the reasoning for the change of heart on this motion.
It's not necessarily a change of heart. I think this is a staff recommendation, but and from what I've heard from people in our community, over 944 submissions in 2 hearings days, is that, and you'll all know that I'm very keen on partnering with people in our organisation to deliver good outcomes, and I recognise that I've heard from a number of organisations that are delivering outcomes in this community that actually could we could partner with for good outcomes. And so I think, look, we have a little bit of funding left over there. I note that it's a 3-year fund, and there was effectively 1 spot not allocated there. So I'm proposing that we use that next financial year, noting that there is a full review of it with the long-term plan.
Thank you.
Elizabeth?
Is there already a seconder for this, Lydia?
Yeah, Sophie.
Okay. I fully support this. This is a fantastic opportunity, and we've heard from some of the submitters, but also there's others in the community of our volunteer organisations that that need to partner with us to be able to continue doing the great work that they're doing. So this is really exciting.
Sophie?
Yeah. Thank you for proposing this. I think from what we've heard about the multiplier effect of funding, you put $1 in, you get $4 or $5 minimum back out again. It's a worthwhile. This is an investment, frankly, and also depending on how many groups the panel decides to assign it to, the amount of time that we heard, for instance, from Ellesmere Promotions Trust, from Sandra, about how much time you spend trying to apply for funding. That's time that you don't get back. You can spend that time doing something useful in your community, knowing that that you've got the backing of your local council.
Mm-hmm. Aaron?
Just want to clarify that the guidance for the panel is that they will identify the people and bring them to us. They won't seek applications and then shortlist them. It's more proactive and targeted from the people that spoke to us, that they'll pick some key groups to work with, right?
That is my direction, yes.
Very good, just to be clear.
Denise?
Is 20,000 going to be enough? I suppose is that just for this year, and then we'll look at it properly in the LTP?
Yes. Yeah. Look, I think this, it's not often that I'll actually move or put something in here, but actually I think this is to signal that we are serious about partnering with our community to deliver good outcomes, and I really mean it. And part of this is also to alleviate the pressure on the community fund, which we note by the decrease of some others that there could be some pressure come on there. So it's trying to spread the load there, but actually signal partnership with people in our community. There being no other discussion on this, I will put this to the vote. So all those in favour, please raise your hand. No against, we'll call it carried. Thank you. Next up is Heritage Consent Fund. I just note that we're bang on 2 hours, so I wouldn't mind getting through the funding and then take a break there. So is someone happy to move that we extend past 2 hours? Tracy seconded. Elizabeth. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against, call it carried. Thank you very much. Heritage Consents Fund currently, I just note in there it says $5,004. Would we like to put that at 5,000? Oh, Sam.
You're not going to get very much heritage consents for $5,000. Straight up. I think that's just sitting there as a placeholder.
Yeah.
To be purely honest, I'm not sure if that's actually.
What are you proposing then?
That we put it to 500 and then review it in the long-term plan. Because $5,000 isn't gonna. It's not gonna peel the top off an old house.
Okay. Sam's proposing that it is 500, so if we just remove the 4.
Well, there you got it nice and clean anyway. Why are we carrying 4? Yeah.
Look, don't know.
Yeah.
Anywho. Inflation.
Yeah.
Sam's proposed 500. Is there a seconder for that? Sarah? Is there any discussion? Apart from what's already been discussed. Sam, you've kind of spoken to it. You have your right to reply if you want.
No,
later.
I'm happy.
Elizabeth?
Yeah, look, I don't know how many groups are applying for us, but I know that the Leaston Heritage community, they do things on the smell of an oily rag, so they often get a lot of work sort of partially pro bono. So these small amounts might be nothing to a standard consent practice, but it might actually be something that's quite relevant to them. I would be more happy to just leave it as it is just for the time being, but definitely review it at the LTP and have some strong understanding about who's been, what the budgets have been that have been paid out each year. So give us an indication.
Cool. Any other discussion? There being none, we'll put it to the vote. All those in favour of Heritage Consents Fund at $500, please raise your hand. Against? Call it carried. Individual and Teams Fund is proposed to be $20,000, which is a reduction down from the 53. Is there anything contradictory to that? If not, is someone happy to move? John's happy to move. Elizabeth's happy to second. Is there any discussion? There being none, we'll put that to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Call it carried. Thank you. Tertiary Scholarships Fund. There was a bit of discussion in this earlier. Sarah?
I'd like to put a motion to this one that we retain the 2,000 for the 4 Ellesmere Selwyn-based schools. Sorry, it's getting late in the day. But I'd also like to talk to retaining 2 of these scholarships for a homeschooled and a student who is being schooled out of Selwyn, to recognise that Selwyn schools don't necessarily meet all the needs of our students with religious. We don't have a Catholic high school, we don't have religious high schools, single-sex high schools, and for some students there is a genuine need for them to be schooled outside of the Selwyn area. And
So
it seems...
Are you proposing that we retain the full budget?
No, I'm proposing that we keep... Where are we? 12. It will be, yes.
So that's retaining the
20,000. And so that would be the 4, have I got that right? 4 Selwyn high schools with 2 scholarships each.
which is 8, yep.
Yep, and then another 2 scholarships between homeschooling and or out of Selwyn schools.
Okay. So that's a $20,000 budget associated there. Is there a mover for that?
Is that me?
Yep, you're the mover. Sorry, is there a seconder to retain the $20,000 tertiary?
She's going back to the original.
So it's, what it is sitting, it would be a $20,000 budget, which would give 8 scholarships for our high schools, so 2 per high school within our district, and then it is retaining 2 of the 4 outside, so there would be 2 to go elsewhere. Does that make sense? Is there a seconder for that? Sophie is happy to second. Okay. Is there discussion on this? And first up is Aaron.
I would support it if it was one ex-Selwyn school, because that's more proportional to the number of students that we're seeking to offer the benefit to. If we have 5,000 in Selwyn students competing for 8, why would we have 120 competing for 2? It's imbalanced. The benefit, I acknowledge that them being eligible for the scholarship is fine, but I think the playing field needs to be a bit more level.
Sophie.
Yeah. I just want to speak to this from the point of view of having interviewed kids for these scholarships for a few years now, including last year, the first time that we had the freebie, not as in more like an unzoned couple of them.
Call it district-wide.
The district-wide. That's why did I not think of
at large?
I cannot word. The thing was that they weren't required to go to students who were being schooled outside the zone. And what we ended up, I do have it somewhere, I did a little tally of where we had, because the other part you get is that because the zones for instance, the zone for Rolleston College covers all 4 wards. It goes into all 3 wards, all 4 wards. So I seriously cannot word right now. Lincoln High School, sorry? No. Lincoln High School has almost the same size roll as Rolleston College, and when you have 2 scholarships per high school, that is extremely inequitable for those 2 high schools compared to Duffield and Ellesmere. What happened was we got a few applications from outside the district. Only one of them did get granted one, and she went to a religious high school for religious reasons. On top of not having any religious high schools within our district, we also have none in Māori medium, and there's limited options for kids who do not qualify for Waitaha, but cannot also fit into your standard high school very well. So on that basis, I find that it is still very good. It's still a good option to have district-wide scholarships, even if the value is reduced somewhat from where it was, just because the world isn't zoned the way that the Ministry of Education thinks it should be. And if you're trying to get the best outcomes for your kid, which may or may not include going into tertiary education, you do the best thing for your child, and that may not be going to your closest high school.
Thanks, Sophie. Elizabeth.
When I was on council initially, we got the ability as local councillors to go into our own wards and do the scholarships. That got changed under their partway through their term to just a couple of councillors interviewing everybody. and I felt that was really unfair. There was something really connected about being a local councillor and going into your local high school. Is there an amendment that could be put to this? I don't want to have to wait to the long-term plan or wait to anything internally to be able to change that. Can we change that now so that we can add with this amendment that the local councillors can deliver the scholarships in their own wards?
My inkling is that the funding panel can bring back a recommendation to us on that. I don't have the terms of reference of that in front of me, but I might just check in with Stephanie.
Yeah, the community funding assessment panel can decide that. That doesn't need to come back to council.
Cool. Thank you. So Elizabeth, as chair of the funding panel, you have the ability to do that. Cool. So no need for that. Big Red.
Yeah, just quickly, I'm with Aaron on it. So, like, you know, same thing, just proportionately.
Okay. So look, at the moment, what it looks like is retaining 10 scholarships and a budget of $20,000. So that's 8 for our local high schools and 2 at large. Cool. John?
I won't support that. I would prefer 8 for the local high schools.
Denise?
I was going to say the same as John, or looking at the high school sizes, 2 for Raleigh, 2 for Lincoln, 1 for Ellesmere, 1 for Darfield.
Yeah, I would. I'm having a hard time supporting it. I would have preferred to go the 8 by 2.5 to get the 20. I'm not worried. You know, I do appreciate, Sarah, there is a reduction. But the outer zone 1.
Sarah, as the mover, you get a right of reply.
I guess I'm just looking at these students and the opportunity for some of them to get to university, and maybe the difference for some, regardless of whether they are schooled in Selwyn or whether they go to a Villa Maria or something for religious reasons, they're still Selwyn students, to my mind. So hence the reason for trying to get a little bit more equity for those kids across our district.
Okay. We've been around. I've got fors and against, so we're going to put this to the vote. So currently, it is a $20,000 budget with 10 scholarships associated to that. So 8 for high schools and 2 for district at large. Okay. All those in favour of that, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3. Call it, against. Okay, call it failed. Cool. So Ian, please remove the yellow highlighted that are on there. Thank you. Look, I'll look for a mover.
I'll move that we reduce it to 1 ex-Selwyn scholarship, but I'm interested in hearing the conversation, noting John and Reese's point.
So, John, would you, I guess, Aaron's got it at 9. Are you wanting to foreshadow something? Aaron, can you just pop?
Sorry.
4 secondary schools in the area. It's our ratepayers that are paying, and I fully respect that people make the best choices for their kids most of the time, or they try to. But if people do choose, there is a choice, and by taking that choice, it has consequences at times. And I just find it hard to think that, and from the people that I've spoken to in Tawera, Melbourne, that they're very parochial and like to say, we're in Selwyn, we're proud of that, we want to support it. If people choose to go outside it's like if people choose to live outside the district, fine, but there are consequences with that.
So, John, you are supporting, are you seconding Aaron's 9? Or you're foreshadowing that you would like an 8?
Sorry, are you flexible, Aaron, or are you?
Oh,
So, well, what I'm looking for is a mover and a seconder. So Aaron's proposed 9. I think, John, you're foreshadowed you would like an 8. Is that correct? If Aaron is agreeable to an 8, that has a mover and a seconder.
I'm happy to let to move to 8 and let that be discussed.
Okay, so
Okay, I'll second John's 8.
I would think Aaron already.
I already amended mine to 8 and John is second.
Okay. So if Aaron and John are 8 scholarships to go to the relative local high schools, so that takes the budget to 16. So 16 grand left in the fund for next year with $20,000 worth of savings. Reece.
I just wanted to clarify, when people were talking about the out of zoning, was that the person had to be, their family had to be a ratepayer within Selwyn and could choose to school them outside?
Correct.
That was what that was, right? And we've got that against? No, I'm still getting that.
That's correct,
that
Reece.
clarified, thank you.
Sarah.
And so now we've got ratepayers who have children being schooled outside who are paying for scholarships for kids who are only inside. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Cool. Is there any further, Denise?
I think one of the criteria we always look at is hardship. And I think if people are travelling into choosing to travel into town for schools, that's a choice that they can make. And if you're in hardship, it's probably not a choice you can make.
Okay, so we are on line 4.9, which confirms $20,000 reduction for a budget of $16,000 next year, which is 8 scholarships, so 2 per high school, for clarity. There's mover and a seconder. We'll put it to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Against? Call it carried. Thanks, team. Next one up is predator-free funds. So currently the budget was $50,000. It's proposed to go reduced down to 40. But happy to hear from. So, Elizabeth, you're happy to move that the budget stays at $40,000? Is there a seconder for that? Reece? Discussion? Tracy?
I just wanted some clarification, I guess, even though I know it's a discussion. There have been a number of people who've contacted me post submissions commenting on the ECAN rating, and that there is a sense that they're paying twice. And I guess, Councillor Wilshire made this comment to me very, very recently, although it seems like a long time ago now, that as long as people are not getting from both funds, then I think I can go back to my community and say that different things are being funded through your EKN rate and through the Predator Free 2050 Fund. But I think that it would behoove us to ensure that people aren't applying twice, to ECAN and to us. Thanks.
To speak to that, I would suggest that the cost of predator free is a lot more than we are providing, and they do need to go to both, especially when you talk to large high country stations and the like for eradication. Helicopters are involved in well over 50 to 60% of it, and they are not cheap. So yes, they are both, and it would be very hard to administrate both. Only post when you have the report back, which is our requirement, on how it came out, the outcomes. Yeah. So.
Elizabeth.
And I just want to say that the volunteer organisations, again, it's so much cheaper to give them the money to do it at a low cost than it would be for us to send CORD out there.
Does CORD do predator eradication?
No, they don't do predator eradication. Sophie?
Yeah, honestly, I would love to see this not be reduced at all because of exactly the multiplier effect again. And it was one of those funds that was mentioned by multiple people as, please don't cut this. We can do so much more with more money. You think of people who spend hours walking along their trap lines, emptying traps, resetting traps for multiple different species, working out where the pathways that the different predators are taking. Honestly, I would really like to see this just say the same thing, but I get that it's already been moved and seconded, so I guess that's where it's at, but yeah, I can still vote against it. It's just recognising the sheer amount of work that goes into this, and if you downgrade it through funding or whatever else, if people can't find the funds or the time to continue with that because of the lack of funds, then you start to lose ground very quickly.
Sarah?
Yeah, it concerns me that we are reducing this budget. I would certainly prefer to have it remain with another, that 10,000 remaining in the pot. It is essential for the health of our district, and consistency is king when it comes to predator control. One trip up and we put ourselves back a very, very long way. And I think that with organisations like we have working so actively, Pest Free Banks Peninsula do an exceptional job out there. And I think for the sake of $10,000, I think I would have definitely preferred for this money to remain where it was.
Sam?
I agree with Sarah and Sophie. If we take 10 grand off here and we even lose the tiny amount of foothold that we have for predator control, if we won't just drop back a year, we'll drop back 10 years. A rat doesn't have less babies because it knows that there's more traps out there. So I'd personally support leaving it at the original amount.
Nice.
Gosh, this is a sentence I never thought I'd say. I support Sarah, Sophie and Samuel.
I agree with the sentiments. However, the message that I got out of the submissions was that the groundwork had been laid. They were now going in a direction. The predator free is sort of on track, so it's more of a maintenance than a status quo. And I think that by judiciously partnering and helping to fund other organisations that have wide effective reaches, we can probably, hopefully, not go back at all.
Okay. I definitely need you to raise your hands on this one. So all those in favour of the budget for next year being $40,000, which is a $10,000 reduction, please raise your hands. Oh. Okay. So we'll count it as lost. So I look for someone to propose. Sophie? So original budget.
Hang on, no.
Original budget.
The original budget.
So which confirms a $50,000 budget for predator free next financial year. So moved by Sophie, seconded by Sam. I don't think, do we need any more discussion? Race.
Just like to say that I appreciate it, what you're saying and where you're going with it. The small gains that we've made through the tertiary, etc., have just been lost. But the other scenario was that it was discussed that during COVID, when there was no predator-free action, we didn't go back 10 years at all. We were actually then went and eradicated since then the deer from up on the parks and others. So I think that I appreciate all the sentiments, and I am 100% proactive on predator, but I think there's a bit of fear-mongering.
Sam.
Well, let me carry on frightening you all. Yeah, I think trying to figure out a way to say this without having pitchforks and flaming torches out the gate. Yeah, I'm going to scrap
Do you want to think
that
about
one.
it for a minute? I've got some other people that want to talk.
If we could have some decent reporting coming back to us regarding success rates and what's working, and then even possibly each quarter a bit of a summary of these groups that actually come and meet together and discuss baits which change in seasons and whatnot for possums and stoats and rats.
So we already have that through towards pest-free Waitaha.
Oh, okay, cool. Well, you guys carry on. You're doing a beautiful job. And yeah, I'll stretch out. One thing that I've noticed on the way to Arthur's Pass is a huge number of feral cats on the road. There's more feral cat kill on the road than there is possum. And that's kind of alarming when you consider all our beautiful native birds up there. So,
It's because Sean's in the Chatham Islands.
well, bring them back. Bring them back. And just for everybody listening
taste
out there
joke.
that's sharpening their pitchfork, that could include cages, live catch cages.
Sophie.
Yeah, I'm very much hoping that this goes through now. And just to the point around COVID funding, actually there was a lot of COVID funding from the government for Pest Free. That was probably what Summit Road Society were using at the time. And there's been a lot of fantastic work done out on the peninsula overall, and there are some wonderful groups across Selwyn who are putting in traps on private land mostly, doing some great work. So yeah, looking forward to hearing how well we're supporting them. Thank you.
Aaron.
Yeah, I'm going to vote in support of this. I think there's also spin-off benefits. We've got a lot of wetlands and retention basins being developed around our subdivisions, and they're home for rats. So we've got a crew of people out voluntarily keeping on top of the rats. It's a win-win. And maybe our staff who are good at doing sponsoring and fundraising might tap up Mitre 10 or someone like that to help some of these groups to make the money go a bit further as well.
Great, okay. Let's put this one to the vote. So this one is to retain the original fund budget, which is $50,000, so it's a $0 reduction. All those in favour, please raise your hand. And against? Call it carried. Next one up is Mayor and Councillor Fund. So there's an indicative fund there of $12,000. I note there's been lots of discussion on what the dollar amount is. Elizabeth.
Okay. I'd like to propose to make an amendment to reduce this to $500.
So that's a total budget of
Total budget of $500.
And how would you like to allocate that out?
Well, I think I
11
haven't done the maths, but I think it would be around $100 for you, and the rest divvied up between us. It's a placeholder. Or we could give the mayor 400, and then we have one volunteer, or we just give it to a charity once a year. That might work. We'll agree to a charity, give the 500 away. Food bank, exactly.
All right. You are proposing a total budget for next financial year of $500. That is a reduction of 29,500. Okay. Discussion. Sarah.
What do you tend to use your mayoral discretionary fund for, and do you think it's still valid?
Well, I haven't used it yet, but as a councillor, I used to divvy out $200 each to my residents' associations for their annual Christmas party, so that they could fund either ice cream or sausages or lolly scramble for their communities. I've used it to fund food banks. I have used it to fund advertising for organisations. I've used it for full hire. So I have used what was my councillor discretionary fund across my district. John.
Yeah, I basically support it because I think that given the fact that there are 11 people that have access to it, there's 11 individual non-coordinated responses, and I just think it lacks transparency and equity.
Sophie.
Yeah, to be honest, I can't really argue with what John said, because we've previously had some people who will use the whole lot, which is usually me. It usually goes to the Salvation Army for the food bank. And then some people who will hold on to it. Nope, I haven't found a cause good enough. They haven't asked nicely, or that sort of thing. So it's not very consistent. But what I would say is that doesn't change from the fact that there are quite often groups or even families who will come and say, is there any help for anything? When we're reducing a whole bunch of other stuff overall, we are reducing their options, because that was one of the few beauties of this particular fund, was that you didn't have to be some sort of incorporated society and you didn't have to write an accountability report. And sometimes there are groups that is literally the barrier to applying to anything else. We're not formal enough. But that doesn't mean that they don't do good work. That said, I mean, if this goes through for 500, to be honest, I would probably support just saying take the councillors out of it and just allocate it to the mayor, because there's no point in having $2.50 to give to somebody. Yeah, it's always been an interesting fund. I'm not sure what its history is. I would probably overall long term like to see some of that budget put into something more like individuals and teams, but putting some tight eligibility criteria around it, around hardship. But this is today. This is what's on the board.
Very well. Race.
Funnily enough, for somebody that doesn't do any claims and would challenge anybody else for the least expenditure in the thing, I think that there is a speak against it, that there is a scenario here where I know the public perception is that it's a waste and etc. But there has been requests from communities, community boards for replacement of plunket doors, for graffiti removals and things like that, for more of an emergency case. And for it not to be there and to be used, yeah, that's fine. But if nobody has any use for it, then yeah, I'll go with the status quo and vote for it. But you are taking away an opportunity to be able to do something if you wanted to.
Elizabeth, you have your right to reply at the end.
Okay.
Denise hasn't.
Oh, sorry.
Spoken. Yep.
Just out of interest, like if something happened and there was some tragedy and you had to send flowers or something like that, where does that money come from?
My pocket.
Oh. Now. Well, it would have come from there. Maybe not.
Yes.
No. No.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
I wouldn't have used that, no.
Okay.
No.
So there's no budget within the council, someone has to pay for it. Steve? No. Okay.
Yeah.
Just asking.
Mm-hmm. Elizabeth, you write a reply and then we'll vote.
Yep. So my right of reply is that the last three people have raised some really valid points, and though those are things that weighed on my mind. But I've seen the types of people over the last 3.5 years that applied for it, and it's not been under any duress or hardship or anything. Yes, it's advantageous to not have to come through the community funding panel if you want something, but I do think there could be an opportunity for us to explore in the long-term plan of setting up some kind of little fund, which isn't an individualised thing, but it's something like where I used my discretionary funding recently for the family where the boy had been passed away on the side of the road. And it could be that we have a little fund there in which we can go to the Mayor and the CE and say, this incident has happened, and I think it would be good for the council to respond.
All right, we'll put this to the vote. So this is giving a $500 budget to Mayor and Councillor funds for next financial year. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Against? Call it carried. Right, this should be a fairly straightforward one. This is the establishment of Lincoln Town Centre Fund and directing staff to bring a further report to Council recommending appropriate T's and C's.
Motion to move.
Sam, move. Seconded. John, discussion. I think we've already had a little bit. Thanks, Aaron. Great idea. And thanks, staff, for bringing this one forward to us as well. Sam, do you want to speak to it? It's your right of reply.
Great idea. Thank you, Aaron. And yeah, it circumnavigates all that other messy things regarding the whose money is what's money. So yeah, it'd be good for them to have an avenue. Thank you.
We'll put this one to the vote. So all those in favour, please raise your hand. And against? Call it carried. Thanks, team. There's a couple on the other page that are associated to this that are a slight surprise to you. So we can, to be honest, I think some of them are fairly straightforward, which is 4.13, which is bringing a report back to us. Is there a mover for that? Big Red and a seconder. Sam, is there any discussion on this one? No. All those in favour of the report coming back to us? Against? Call it carried. The other one is 4.14, which is referring this item for consideration as part of existing grant funding program. Is there a mover for that? John? Is there a seconder? Denise? Is there any discussion on this one? Elizabeth?
Yeah, in lieu of what's happening with the Ellesmere funding, I do want to know whether within this existing grant funding program and the consideration for this library, whether we can try and ascertain about the reserve money that may have been historically made available to pay for the library. There isn't, I don't know if we've come to a conclusion on that, but it's certainly worth exploring that and giving it a further looking into.
I might just ask Denise for some clarification.
That is available to them.
So the golf course hire money from the golf course?
I'm talking about the Taitapu. There's a reserve fund that is available, a special fund that is available to Taitapu for $18,000 or thereabouts, and that is available specifically to the Taitapu Library.
Yeah, that is
a
their
different
existing
fund from Ellesmere
Is
Reserve
it worth
Board
Denise us requesting for that to come back as a briefing to all the councillors?
Sorry?
Can I request that it comes back as a briefing to all the councillors so we understand that fully?
It's actually their fund. It's what they've been using as their operating costs for the past years, and I think actually what we need to consider is how we fund and partner them in not next financial year but year after, if that is what we wish to do. So they have current funds available for them, that $18,000 for next financial year. Is my understanding. So, well, I've already got John and Denise that have moved and seconded. You were speaking to it, so Tracy.
I'm just slightly confused because I understand that the funding for the Taitapu Library has effectively been removed, and so now I'm confused.
And I can't talk with confidence about the dollar amount that's left. I should, because there's been enough fixed changes of balances.
If we're talking about, it's about 16,000.
There is a special fund that has been and is available to them.
Yep.
And that they are the sole recipients of that, and it has been offered to them in totality if they wanted to put it into their account. It's also offered, my understanding is that we will respond to their requests for maintenance, etc., and take it off that fund. They are wanting money in excess of that. They're wanting more than that amount of money because that's a finite amount of money.
I'm with you. The $16,000 gets given. It's 16,000 and something. It gets given to them to pay for the year or whatever, and then there's no money left for next year. I understand that. Thank you. That was the 18,000 that was confusing me. But I'm also still confused. So, how did the money? How did it get to 16,000? Where did that come from? What was the income generating that got it to that?
I would have to defer to finance around that. There has been a ring-fenced amount of money called special fund associated with that for some years, but I can't speak with any confidence about that.
That's okay, but that's good news that their last 12 months and stuff is paid for. But I just want to let colleagues know that there is an ongoing sort of issue there, and Sarah's looking a bit furrow-browed too, so I'll pass.
Sarah.
Yeah, I've got it here. So the Taitapu ex Papua Library Reserve Fund opening balance is $17,000 in that one. So there or thereabouts. Their operating costs are around $8,000 a year. So this is a historic fund. I think the bigger question for the Taitapu Library is sort of understanding their status, if you like, and that's where the confusion comes in, where they are providing a service to our community. They have an asset that is owned by a trust. However, if that trust folds, then that asset reverts to Selwyn District Council. So I think they feel that they are in no man's land, and that is probably a separate conversation that we need to have to try to provide that clarity to Taitapu Library. It was fairly well outlined in their submission. But I think that they would also require some sort of clarity of what happens next, because there's effectively 2 years' worth of operating funds sitting in that Paparoa fund. So what happens thereafter, because certainly building maintenance of that type of building that we want to retain is quite expensive. Thanks.
So my thoughts on that is it's probably something that we're going to have to consider through LTP and activity management plans and provision for that. But we know that if they've got $17,000, it means they can operate in that time frame. Sophie.
Yeah, I'm in support of this motion. I guess the only thing that I would add to that is that we don't actually know how many assets there are around the district which have written into their charter that if they fold, they revert to the council. Just like there used to be quite a lot of constitutions that said that they had a representative from the council on there, but they'd never actually, it was not actually a core aspect of council business. And I get that they're in a bit of a limbo sort of position, but there is funding that they can apply for from council and elsewhere. But yeah, I get that the status question is that's more of an operating thing. The funding one, yep, refer to existing grant program, I think.
Denise.
Yeah, it just would be really good to see them get a status through the LTP and for that to be something that's ongoing and takes that worry and stress away from them. Yeah, that would be great.
Do you want, if you want, I'm happy to put in there that we consider through the LTP. Does that, for John and Denise, mover and seconder, if we just add in there, you might be able to copy and paste from one of the other ones, which is refers this item for consideration in the preparation of the long-term plan. Might just give some continuity and make sure that it is captured in these recommendations. Cool. So John and Denise is the mover and seconder. You are happy to include that? Cool. There being no further discussion, we'll put that to the vote. Existing grant funding and referring to LTP preparation. Cool. Happy there. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Against? Call it carried. Thank you. Next up is Sheffield Pool, which John is a mover and Elizabeth is a seconder. Is there any discussion on this, Sam?
I just wanted to make a point that, 100% support Sheffield Pool getting 160,000. My only concern is that we seem to be using a discussion over where their boundary fence currently is as a point of saying they don't own it. They do own it, and to be honest, we've got a lot of repair work and relationships out there to do after we neglected it for years and let it fall into disrepair. And then we're gracious enough to give them not an asset, but a liability. And I think this is the least we could do, would be to transfer this over. So I'd rather actually see this amended and actually pass it over to the Tawera Community Trust now. Not once I've worked out which side of the fence post their boundary is with dock or limbs. I'd rather this done now, so then they can get on to fixing that pool and actually getting it operational to, 1, teach kids to swim, 2, secure that property and continue to maintain it so it doesn't degrade any further, and 3, ensure that it's actually safe.
Look, I entirely 100% hear you.
Good, because I'll say it again if I need to.
And I think this is the pain in this situation, is some of the legality around this. Sophie, do you want to touch on this?
Yeah, so essentially it's not ours yet. Until we have the title issues resolved, we don't have anything to give. Well, we've got one, it's on 2 titles. One of them we've got, the other we don't. And so it's not ours to actually transfer until we go through this LINS process.
Neither's the 160,000 either. That's not ours.
That's not for Sophie to comment on, but...
No, but that's kind of the point, is that and they've got that to deal with. They're dealing with it. We're holding on to that 160, which would free up the equivalent, if not more, funding for them to carry on while they go through this issue. I'd like to move that we transfer that.
Well, I've already got a mover and a seconder, so it would have to be John and Elizabeth that would need to agree to that. I think, and look, I am 100% behind this. I think when we haven't formally transferred ownership to the trust, there is some legal risk in this situation. But I'm happy to go to John as the original mover, if everyone can.
Thank you. I can't speak from a legal perspective, but I think there's probably an impediment sorry, I can't speak from a legal perspective, but there's probably an impediment to actually transferring it. Maybe the matter could be deferred briefly whilst legal opinion was sought, and something along the lines that if there was a resolution from the council to say that once the title technicalities had been done. Sophie, you've got a...
Yes, so that resolution's already been made, and so we actually have a binding sale and purchase agreement that is conditional on the adverse possession application being successful. So once that is done, we have already entered into that sale and purchase agreement for $1 to the Tauira Trust. So essentially, once that happens, the transfer will occur.
Can we just, John, can you hang on a second? Let me try something here.
Yeah.
No.
Thank you. Yeah, I accept the binding sale and purchase agreement, and it's a bit like the rates notice for the Lincoln Town Centre. Was wondering whether there's a creative way that legally saying that we've got the binding sale and purchase agreement, however, can we put a memorandum of understanding or a letter of some sort alongside that so that the trust can actually attach that in applications for funding and actually get the ball rolling, knowing that they've got that sitting there somewhere, but it can't be transferred due to a technical process that we're going through.
You could do that, but it probably won't be that helpful to the trust. We'd have to double check that, but lots of the DIA funding is subject to the fact that the money is in the account. So to Sam's point before, they'd have to wait for the money to be in there. It can't be loaned. It can't be guaranteed. It has to be in their account, generally. So we need to double check that, but that's my understanding.
Thanks.
No. Next in line is Aaron.
Well, I had some questions, but also potentially could we look at accepting paying across part of the funding up front now, no strings attached, because eventually that's where we're going to get to. And that might be through some sort of MOU agreement or whatever it might need to formalise it. But then I just wondered about what's the precedent we're setting here, if anything, because we're talking about maybe divesting some halls in the future, and they may come into a similar situation where they need some repairs or whatever, and they're going to be looking for money. I just want to understand the lay of the land.
I think if I can talk to Horata Hall divestment, is that we held the funds until effectively transfer was complete, and then handed over the facility and the funds at that same time. I think this is the thing for us here. We are dealing with public money, and that is the risk that sits alongside this decision. Like, I really want to fund this, but I also want to cover us off because we are dealing with public funds at the same time.
So what about the precedent factor?
Well, you would be setting a precedent.
We would be. Okay, so on that, then I wonder if also in our agreement to pass over the funds, we have it contingent upon them getting the matching funds, because they seemed confident in their proposal of doing that, and that just puts a slight hurdle for anyone else wanting to go down this path, that they would have to have some skin in the game, as Sam likes to say, in order to even have this as an opportunity. Because it doesn't seem to me that saying, Sheffield Pool, yep, we're agreeing, we'll give you the money. You can draw it down on the basis that you win a grant for, let's say it's for 50 grand, we'll give you the 50 grand until it's drawn down. Because if we just say, here's the money, and then we do some more things with some halls and stuff, I don't want us to get into a situation where they can say, oh, yeah, and by the way, we need a new roof, or the chimney's fallen down. Can you give us some money? Because otherwise you'd have to demolition it if we didn't take it.
I can speak to that if you want. again, probably going back to that DIA situation, is they're going to need the whole lot of money in their account ready to roll, and not without the clause it can't be a loan, it can't be if it doesn't get spent, it needs to be pulled back. It has to be gifted to them ready to roll. So that's part of the challenge. But as it's written here, we hold the money, we work through getting the asset transitioned over to them, and as soon as that occurs, the next resolution goes in, and we give them the money that was earmarked for demolition. Because effectively, you've got two channels. At the moment, it's either demolish or the asset gets handed over to the trust, which is looking likely, although there's some hurdles with LINZ. Both the 160 won't be spent in both scenarios. It only need to be spent one way in each. So I think we're safe from that financing point of view, and the money can go once we know we've definitely only got one option available, whatever option that is. Because at the moment, if we give them the 160, it's going to be very challenging to get it back off them should this not move forward. They might say, yep, you can have it back, but there's a challenge around that with the funding agreement. But they also may say, oh, actually, we'd like to build our own pool, thanks, somewhere else. And then you're going to really have a challenge on your hands.
Just to clarify, I apologise in advance if it's already been asked and answered. This 160,000 isn't an interest-bearing account, is it?
No.
Could it be?
Looking to Alison here.
Sorry, Alison. It could be. I just wondered why it hasn't been, because, interest on $160,000 to a group like this for a year is a reasonable amount of money. It's money they don't have to fundraise. So I just wonder if we can revisit that decision.
Look, I think if I can talk to that, there was a decision made to not do this. So that's why I would say over the time it hasn't been in an interest earning account. And it will be less than a year, I would say, that they will need these funds. I think will be a matter of months. Fingers crossed in this process.
So great to hear some good governance and taking a bit of emotion out of it. Things do change, and I'll go to your point, James. That's really good. Things do change. People do change their minds. It is $160,000 worth of public money. I would not be. I'm 100% supportive that if this all rolls out the way that it's supposed to, that's great. But things can change. So I would support this motion in the process of making everything legal, because I don't think we're going to get back $160,000 once it's gone. But the other side of it is that land, if it was demoed and wasn't given, there is a value for that land. And so the other side of it is, we're giving $160,000 of the ratepayers' money to give this, and that is the great community asset, and we need to support what's going on in other local areas. But there is also a sale of a maybe not so nice section if it was on its own for building next to the main road, but there's still a value there as well. So I just say I would rather run through the process and do the 160.
The asset write-off value is about $255,000, just out of interest. So that was the valuation of the parcels of land essentially, and the asset sitting on top of it.
I mean,
Sam.
To be fair, it's owned by about 3 different people. You're stuck in the middle, so you could build probably a garden shed. But that's why this scenario works best, that a community organisation grabs hold of it. I just wanted to know, so if we're retaining this 160 because we're concerned of some implication of liability that we need to clean up and demolish it, what if somebody drowns in there in that time prior to that transfer? What if there's a event that half the side of it falls in? So, I mean, the $160,000 isn't going to cover our public indemnity insurance for that. So, as I see it here, really, what the Tawera Community Trust is doing is actually voiding us of a liability. And regarding the Hororata, we gave them how much? $1 million to take that haul off us? for ongoing costs, and these guys are just asking for what's been earmarked. We have, which is a line item for the demolition costs because they want to keep it running.
Sam, I think the debate is I think here what we're saying is we want to give this to the trust, but we want them to be able to have the asset in their hands as well, so that they own the asset and they have the money. And lawfully, I think that is the right avenue to take. We didn't hand cash over to the Horata Hall before they had ownership of the hall. And I think, honestly, I think it is the right avenue.
But we obtained that $160,000 when we didn't own the land for demolishing it. And we took it off the community when we didn't have ownership
Sam,
of that
I don't want to debate the ownership of the pool.
I'm just
we
saying
know what
it's
we
one
need to
rule
do.
for them and one rule for us, that's all.
Just also an important point of clarification is that the pool is not being used in the interim until it's transferred. So that's how we've mitigated that risk.
Well, I was going to propose a middle ground, but I don't know if anything's viable other than what's on the paper. I do look. This is a big move forward, to be honest, from where we were anyway. So I totally support what's here. The only question I had was if 160 could sit in their bank account, in which we have a verbal agreement that they don't spend it until the transfer comes through, ideally, but it gives them the opportunity to start processing the funding applications, which we know is a very slow process. So if we're able to speed it up, and I believe these people to be honest and integral, and they could sit that money in their savings account with no risk to us, that is a question.
Same comment as before. It's still quite high risk and unlikely to meet DIA's requirements of having the money free and clear.
It's of no benefit to the trust.
Even a lawyer's trust account wouldn't solve the problem.
No. And I suspect that they won't be able to apply for grants until they've got ownership of the asset anyway. I guess I agree with following due process, transparency, accountability, all of that stuff. Is this the final sort of legal transaction that we're going through at the moment with the trust? Yeah, we're done and done. Cool, thank you. I support this.
I don't know if we need to keep. I've got enough on either side. I think to put this on the vote. Okay. Well, I've got Denise.
Do we have a time frame for this situation that's occurring? I know that it's legal, but
we're currently hamstrung.
We're in the hands of Linz.
With Linz, and working through that process.
Yeah, I know what that is. Thank you. But did we have a time frame with them?
I would say a matter of months rather than.
It just worries me that it's months and then it's going to go into another season and they could have the money and they could fundraise and get more money, and it's been going on. Wasn't even in council, but I've heard it going on and on and on and on and on for a long time.
Sophie.
Yep. Sorry. Genuine question. Are there any foreseeable additional costs that the council could incur between now and when transfer goes through that would potentially eat into that 160,000?
Only any major legal fees, but we're dealing with most of it in-house, so I can't see anything else.
Fair enough. So in principle, we can say that there's not going to be any other public money that's spent in there. We're just holding on to the demolition funds for now because, in theory, there is a possibility that the transfer won't go ahead, but hopefully it will do.
Briefly, if the worst came to the worst and the pool collapsed, is there current insurance that would cover that?
It's a very good question. I'm not too sure about the valuation of the in terms of the insurance dollars associated with that. I know we recently went through a process of reducing the amount we are insuring things for, and so the council is doing a lot of self-insurance. Alison may have more information on that.
John, I'd need to double check the exact numbers and come back to you, but I'll get back to you first thing tomorrow morning.
Look, there's a mover and a seconder, if they're still happy with that, of what is proposed on the table of 4.15A and B. I will put it to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hand. There being none against, call it carried. Councillors, we are going to address 4.1A, which was that very first resolution in the funding matters when we come back from a 15-minute break. the best approach here is to not intentionally rush the decisions that we're giving here and give it due time. So what I will have to do is call an emergency meeting tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. And so I know that we were all going to be here anyway for a workshop, so we will just push the workshop and allocate this time to annual plan. So we just need to clean up 4.1a, which was the start of the funding. So we said we would leave that to the end. And so we have the new figure there, so we're not too much out from what we have proposed. Is there someone to move 4.1a? Which is Aaron. Is there a seconder? Sarah? I don't know. I don't think there needs to be any discussion on this. We've made all the decisions through there, so I'll just go straight to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Against? Call that carried. Thank you very much. The next one up is topic 5, which is event funding. So for this one, we have Denise Kidd. Thank you, Denise. I recognise it's been a long day in here, and happy to hand over to you.
So the staff recommendation is that council agree to reduce event funding by 107,000 for 26-27, and we have noted that there are as opportunities present between now and the long-term plan process, there may be further opportunities to transition. There's definitely opportunities to get more sponsorship, and we will look for those opportunities as they present. So
I have some questions, and Elizabeth.
Oh, actually, I wanted to move so we can move faster.
Okay.
But I will speak to it as well.
Does anyone have any questions on this? So, Sophie, questions?
Hi, Denise. Welcome back to the front top table. My question is around, just to clarify, because a couple of submitters mentioned that they didn't believe that when council runs events at, say, Brookside Park or one of the halls or anything like that, that we don't charge ourselves venue hire. Do we or do we not? Because I don't know, I haven't asked.
in the budgets that I've seen, when we're using venues, there is a component that we pay for in terms of that. So there may be a difference when it's the venues and events team themselves that are running their own event for the purpose of promoting their facility and revenue generation. So that if that facility or that room is sitting there empty, they may well not have that. But for the team that is currently doing events, they do have to factor in the cost of paying for the hireage of a facility and the potential of the reserve around it.
Okay, so what you're saying is, if it was something like the open days that they held at Green Park Hall and at Lakeside Memorial, we wouldn't charge it. But if it was something like the Teddy Bears Picnic, they would be included within the budget, would be a usage fee of the reserve.
That's right, and I did think, in the interest of transparency again, it is about drawing to your attention that we will continue to have some of those smaller level events that are facility specific, because part of what the different facilities, including the swimming pools, do is that they run events to get more people to attend. And an example of that was the pool party at Darfield Swimming Pool. So we will continue to do that level of events, but we are, as listed, getting exiting from the delivery of particularly the Teddy Bears Picnic, Music in the Park, going back in terms of the citizenship ceremony costs. It will be based around what the DIA contribution is, and looking at ways of reducing the costs associated with the planning that's taking place towards Selwyn Awards
Okay, so I guess the corollary to that is if another group wanted to try and take over something like the Music in the Park model, they would also be expected to pay for the use of the reserve.
Yes, but I think just in that regard, there are examples that are live examples where we are working collaboratively with a community organisation, or in some cases a small business person who's wanting to trial a class, but they're not sure if they will get the numbers that they want to do it on an ongoing basis. And so we do have instances where we would look at, is there a way that we can collaborate with you? And that might be, how about we don't charge you that, but we take half the ticket price coming in, so that once if it's successful after a term, then you'll move into a paying the room hire arrangement, as do others. Okay. So it's it is fair that the venues, when it's the community and economic development team delivering it, they do contribute to the cost of what the hire is, but they get paid pay a community rate.
Okay, thank you. Race.
Denise, can you just remind me what the full budget was previously?
I don't have that in front of me, I'm sorry.
No, nor on the paper. Okay, thank you.
Elizabeth.
Denise, I think it's great to identify these things. What I'm really looking for here is, and you've kind of touched on it a bit with Sophie's answer, but very strongly a direction towards a partnership model in which instead of backing completely away and saying, you guys take over, but we actually co-jointly work with existing groups, utilising volunteers, not-for-profits, and potentially even new people wanting to branch out that fit into that criteria. And I think that council can assist, in my opinion, if we're able to assist, or we're able to say, reach out to a group and say, we've run the Teddy Bears picnic, we aren't going to do this on our own anymore, and then go with one of the groups who's we're familiar with to bring that on board. I think that's really what we're expecting to see. And is that quantified in here completely?
There are certain ones that we are exiting from the delivery of. We've offered up the budgets, so we don't have any capacity within our operating costs. That doesn't mean to say that same group can't apply for a community grants fund. And it doesn't mean that we don't have staff available to work alongside them, to support them, to help them prepare funding applications, to help them with sponsorship business cases, etc., etc. So we can certainly play an active role in that. Where we do have some operating costs remaining for some of the other events, and there are opportunities to transition, then it might be possible to do some of that financial kind of cost sharing as part of that transition arrangement. And I know of at least 2 different events where there have been some informal conversations around, not actually always community. In one instance, it was a commercial operator saying they'd be quite interested in getting involved. And so with those where we still have some funding attached to them, we do have that opportunity, but we also have the vehicle of the Community Grants Fund as well.
So looking at what the EPT put in their submission was the fact that the food vendors, for example, and market stalls don't pay when they come to a council opportunity.
They do pay.
Okay.
They do pay. Yeah.
Right. And whether they can be self-sufficient, self-funding, whether it's a gold coin at the door on top of the market stall hires and that sort of thing.
So you're talking about those events that we continue to deliver. We will be looking actively at reducing the cost to council, and so that your set is correct. We've particularly, I guess, focused on sponsorship opportunities, but also we understand that there were some suggestions around could people pay a gold coin donation, etc., etc. So those avenues will be further explored as well.
Thank you.
What about going the next step, in my view, and just taking as one submission the Ellesmere Promotions Trust, saying that they're set up as an organisation and they're able to do things and no disrespect to any organisation, probably get a better return on the dollar, so that council enters into a strategic partnership memorandum of understanding and says, look, you can do this better than we can, we'll fund you for this. Are those the sorts of things that you'd see going forward?
Yes, definitely. So there's some that we're offering up the operating costs, so we're not in the business anymore. But where we have retained that operating cost associated with specific events, we're very open to those conversations. And so I know that particular one. There has been a direction for a staff member to have an initial conversation with them in relation to Harvest Festival, that sort of thing. But there are lots of opportunities for that.
Okay. So I have a mover and a seconder. Is there any other discussion needed on this? There being none, I will put this to the vote. So all those in favour, please raise your hand. Against? Call it carried. Thank you. Councillors, we have completed item 6, which was the district park. So we are on to item 7, which is operating costs. Denise, James, and...
So this is closing, we've broken them down into component parts. And so this is, we're looking at closing specific council facilities between Christmas and New Year and on public holidays. And the recommendation is that council agree that we proceed with closing selected facilities as specified over that over the period between Christmas and the New Year, but also on public holidays. And those facilities are Selwyn Aquatic Centre and the 4 Selwyn Libraries and Service Centres, being Darfield, Lincoln, Leaston and Te Awatea. And you may recall that in the original proposal that went before council, we did give you an indication of numbers that we would normally expect over particularly the Christmas New Year period. And if I just refresh you around that, so at Darfield, that in the past when we did the heat mapping, that was around 370. In Leaston, that was 300. So this is the Christmas New Year period that I'm speaking about. Lincoln was approximately 1,200. Te Awatea was approximately 2,500. And James, correct me if I'm wrong, Selwyn Aquatic Centre was around 5,000, 5,500.
I just wonder, do you want to touch on, I know that we've got the other items there through operating costs, and then I can go, yeah, is that okay? Thank you.
Cashless. So there was, it was interesting in the submissions seeing some of the commentary from the submitters, and as we just draw to your attention in this, in the report to council, it's not actually predominantly older people that are going, wanting to use the cashless facilities. But there was a lot of submission and submitters who didn't support this or raised concerns about that. I draw to your attention the fact that Selwyn Council headquarters will continue to receive cash, and what we are proposing to do to council is that for the period, for a 12-month period, we would look at time-specific periods at the libraries and service centres when we would be available to take cash, but it wouldn't be every day of operations. So it would tend to be timed around the quarterly cycles of the rate payments, and that reduced slightly, I think it was by 10,000, the amount of savings that were available to us in doing that. So that's that one. Do you want me to keep going?
Yeah, well, there's sort of the four groups there, so I just wonder if we cover those off and then councillors can ask questions of you and then...
So now I'm talking about strategies, and so we have previously proposed savings of 422,000 to council associated with the operating costs of those three strategies, and you will recall from the original proposal we will be able to continue activity in relation to those strategies, not to the same cost value. So it's not that we are no longer going to be progressing with any of those three strategies. It's just that the costs associated with that have been reduced. So that was that one. Reducing council-run library programs and exhibitions. So while there was some nervousness expressed in the submissions, we think that we can still continue to provide a quality service to residents and ratepayers and visitors with the savings that are proposed, which is $200,000. Yeah. And there was something about Anzac Day, but I think we've gone through that one, haven't we? Yep.
Yeah, we've covered that one off. Okay, so councillors, we're just talking about the operating costs, item 7. And so are there any questions for Denise or James? So first up's Aaron.
How to phrase this as a question? There's a significant issue that I've identified in this, and that in the questions in the consultation document, it gives the impression that we're not closing on all public holidays, because it says reduce operating costs by reducing the number of public holidays, not closing, reducing the number of public holidays, and then it gives the example of between Christmas and New Year. Yet buried away in here, it says by closing facilities on public holidays between Christmas and New Year. And I picked that up when I was reading the submissions, because a lot of people seem to have got that impression, and I thought, no, you're wrong. We're not saying close on all public holidays, because that's what I understood. So how do I make this into a question? Do you see a problem with that?
I can't speak to that in terms of the proposal that we put forward was around targeted specific facilities closing on between Christmas and the New Year and on public holidays across the year.
That's the and on public holidays is the bit that wasn't even clear to me. Mm-hmm. And I've sat through many briefings. I was relatively comfortable with between Christmas and New Year, because not only is there the cost savings, but there's the social benefit to staff being able to take that period off with their families, which I weighed up and I thought, on the scheme of things, that sounds good. But then there's another 8 or 9 public holidays, which people rightly pointed out, that's often the case when they have the time to go and use some of these facilities. So I'm not quite sure that I'm swung to the, from here to here. I don't think I'm quite there.
And I guess you reserve the right to come back and counter that. I just don't know that we will have the financial costs associated with that immediately.
Yeah, I agree with your concerns around that one, Aaron, but not so much would want to use the facilities, but actually depend on those facilities, I think, for some of our ratepayers, particularly those in lower socioeconomic, where they're not necessarily able to go away on holiday, and so therefore depend more heavily on our facilities over that time. So I think equity is a really important consideration with this one. My question is, do we have any demographics on those visitors over those holiday periods?
No, but anecdotally I'd support your sentiment. Thank
you. Other question is around the funding of Te Pai and Piki Amakura youth strategy. What proportion of that saving is in people FTE costs versus strategy implementation, I guess, or as part of?
Across the 3 strategies, there is one FTE that is contributing to the cost savings of 422,000.
Okay. Thank you, Denise.
Sam.
So we've run through all of them pretty much, haven't we? In regards to the cash, going cashless payments, I'm very sceptical over your savings estimates, predominantly because we actually pay the credit card service charge here. So the more people that pay via credit card, the more service charges that we pay. If somebody pays their rates in a lump sum, happy days, we get to pay a percentage on that dollar figure. So I'd be interested, before we take this as gospel, to actually get a costing of what that is, what the service charge fees look like each month and each year. But furthermore, submitters quite clearly said, don't get rid of cash. I think predominantly that was the line mention was, I support everything else, but retain cash. So our community has spoken. We should listen. The question was, how much are we paying in service charges? Because if it's a $20,000 saving in the report, what are we spending on service charges, and are they going to climb?
I think probably not a something for Denise, but something for Alison.
I think what we can do, Sam, you're absolutely right. We do pay a few % on each transaction that goes through. So I think what Denise has said, that's the actual physical number excluding that. So I think what you need to see is what the overall number is if we were to say go down cashless or push everything through credit card, because that saving is likely to be reduced probably by, I would stab a guess, around $1,500. I'm stabbing a guess though. No, I think Sam's point is it's not a true saving, because if we were to push those transactions through a card fee, through our bank, we incur a card fee. So the net saving, or whatever option we wanted to take, would have to include what that cost was as well, if we were to look at it that way.
Because I've heard of suggestions of where you get a credit card with points, you pay more than what your rates are, and then ask for a refund and you keep the points.
So I'm just wondering, looking at this one, councillors, whether this one actually, we need this to come back to us with more information on the 10th of June. Might be more appropriate.
No, it's just the cash.
Just the cash, the 7.2.
I was going to propose that for 7.1 as well.
Are there any other questions on this? So I've got Elizabeth.
Yep. So exhibitions, there was a bit of a talk about exhibitions and talking about art exhibitions where we no longer pay the artist, but the artist puts their for sale art up available, those kind of examples. Is that something that you're proposing to do, given that you're looking at a reduction of exhibitions? How are you looking at reducing it?
I guess that's literally going to be less exhibitions going in terms of just moving those exhibitions through over the course of a year. There will be less. Okay. But what you are touching on is a clear direction that we've got from the councillors and council to date, which is that we will be looking at opportunities, not necessarily with in terms of permanent displays of artwork, but opportunities for exhibitions. And we have done that in the past, for example, with the Youth Justice Facility, where we have provided an opportunity for them to display artwork produced by the residents there for a period of time, and also some of the focus around and how we engage the community groups associated with some of those art exhibitions. And I think that some of the stories that we've got out of the CAS exhibition illustrate that we got quite a level of community group engagement in telling the stories that sit around the Rita Angus and that part of the Selwyn district, etc., and we can do more of that.
Okay. In terms of the library programs to date, were they were they pretty much filling up, or were you finding that that we weren't getting as much of a turnout as anticipated for the library run programs, just across the board in general?
We have always had an expectation that they do have to have a number in order to continue. So there will often be in the promotions that if we don't get a certain number, then those programs won't go ahead. This is not taking that into account. This is saying we will reduce the number of programs available, whether they are popular or not. I don't mean that in a cynical way, because there'll be some refinement of what does and doesn't. But we do currently have a level of popularity around a very large percentage of the programs that we offer, or a capacity limit that we stick to.
In terms of the cash side of it, are we using, in terms of the cost to us, I mean, back in the day, you had a bank on every corner, right? And at the end of the day, you just walked to the bank. At the moment, is our big cost for cash because we have to have an external armour guard type person come and visit, and that's where the cost lies?
Yes.
Okay. Has there been looked at any other ways to reduce that cost if we decide to retain cash?
Some of the ways we can reduce that is if we start to transition towards more cashless payments without going fully cashless. Obviously, the rate of which the cash needs to be picked up will be reduced.
Okay.
Probably about as far as I'll go with that.
Yes.
In a public forum.
Yep, absolutely, 100%.
And that's possibly more in an aquatics environment than in a libraries environment,
Okay.
because rates, the periods when rates are due, tends to be where that takes place. And we have been doing an educational approach to using digital for some time, and online, and staff have been introducing that option for a period, and will continue to do so.
That's great. So the around that, so you're saying aquatics more than libraries.
Elizabeth, I think what we're saying with the cash is that we're going to bring this back on the 10th of June, noting that we need a bit more info around this and how it operates and what the actual cost-benefit ratio is going to be for this.
Okay. Well, I'd just like some information around the variable options that we could possibly look at.
Yeah.
John?
I agree, because the information that I've got is that taking away cash in the rural areas would be a disadvantage. So maybe by different management of the armour guard collections and necessary security. So, and then the second point is 7.1b, just for clarity, the Darfed pool will remain open.
Correct. This excludes summer pools. So the summer pools would remain open on the non-public holidays so in between Christmas and New Year. They would
And the
remain
Darfed pool would be one.
Darfield pool and Southbridge pool.
Thank you.
Sophie?
Kia ora, team. Okay, my questions are mostly around 7.3. Sorry, losing track of where I was on the screen there, around the strategies. Just because it's quite a non-specific recommendation in the sense that it doesn't tell us what percentage reduction that is, for instance, or how it's distributed across the strategies. And I'm just wondering if you could share any more information about that, please.
We're talking about a very, very small workforce and associated with that, and so there is one FTE role that associated with that. I guess what I can also talk about, and I'll just
I'll just add that I went back and tried to find figures on how much is usually spent on those strategies, and as far as I can tell, that's about a 75% reduction. But I can't tell.
It's definitely not
which one.
Across the board.
Yeah.
I think there is. If I just excuse me, I just want to draw your attention where we've talked about it. Particularly the Te Rotaki Te Kakarua bicultural strategy that has taken a significant portion of the cost savings, and that's based on the activity level to date.
So by which you mean the amount of engagement that staff have had with that team?
I mean the amount that's been spent versus the amount that's been budgeted on an annual basis.
Okay, right. So some of it is literally like an unused budget. Okay. I guess where I'm worried about is that given that between now and the LTP we're likely to have rates capping, and that makes it harder to build things back in after you've taken them out, especially when it's over $400,000 of taking it out.
I guess I could say, add to that particularly the Pikiamakura and Te Pai strategy, a lot of the strategy is about facilitation, coordination, encouraging others, and so it involves engagement with schools, it involves engagement with funders, etc. So that tends to be low in terms of operational costs, but more on staffing costs.
So if we focus more on the collaboration variety of parts of the strategy, then we still make things happen. Okay, thank you. Chris?
I'd like to just quickly say that you've done a great job of cutting this. The question that I had actually is more for the top table. When we go to this, can we vote on this in a breakdown and not as a group?
We may not get to that today. This may be transferred over tomorrow, depending on how many questions there are. Aaron?
Quick question on cash. Does the desk out there in HQ sell, for example, pool concession cards?
No, it doesn't at this time, no.
But if we were to theoretically move to cash, perhaps you could buy a voucher there to swap for a pool concession card or something along those lines?
Yep, you could, although in the proposal at the moment it's retaining cash at the sports centre and aquatic centre.
Okay.
The rationale behind that is a lot of kids are coming into the centre with just the right amount of change to shoot hoops or go for a swim.
Cool, just a bit of context for me. I'm the last speaker, so I think I'm going to take the opportunity to propose that at least for 7.1, and Reece may object to 7.2, that we put them into the more information box.
I'm happy with, yep. Is there a seconder for that, Sarah? Is there any discussion on that? I don't think so. It'll be back on the 10th of June for more information. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Against, call that carried. So back for more information. We might as well just work our way through the next ones we've got here. I think so. The next one we talked about was 7.2, and that is A through to E, and I think the feeling was the same thing, is that we bring that back. Is there a mover to bring that back for more information? Tracy, and a seconder, Sam. Is there any discussion? All those in favour, please raise their hand. Against? Call it carried. The next one there was 7.3, which is direct staff to reduce funding to Pai Pai, Ageing Well, Pikiamakura Youth. Elizabeth is moving to accept. Is there a seconder? Tracy? Is there any discussion needed? All those in favour, please raise your hand. Against? Call it carried. And the next one there is 7.4, A and B, which is around council-run library programs and exhibitions. Elizabeth is wanting to move to accept the resolution. And a seconder is John. Is there any discussion? There being none. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Against? Call that carried. Councillors, I think that has a natural break in our proceedings today. And so we will pick back up at number 8 tomorrow morning at 9:30. I thank everyone in this room for a long day and all the work that has gone into this. I know it is a lot, but your attention is very much appreciated. So we will see you back here 9:30 a.m. tomorrow morning.